Today, the 4th of February 2026. Before we begin the formal meeting, could I please ask that all phones are on silent or in flight mode or switched off completely? Which I've just done, by the way, members, just to be clear. The meeting is being live streamed on YouTube. So if any member of the public attending the meeting objects to being filmed, please advise us immediately and we will ensure that they are not included in the filming. Although I stress the public gallery will not feature in the live stream and the public speakers will only be filmed from behind where they are seated and their faces will not be visible. So could I just check if anybody objects to being filmed? We have no choice, so that's fine. Okay. And also, if anyone wants to do any filming on their phone, they're quite entitled to do so. But just be mindful of people who might be in the shot. I'm not sure, again, it's necessary. I start my sentence off because we've now got the cards in front of us, but just as a very brief reminder, if you want to speak on any issue, just press your microphone, members. You'll appear on my speakers list and I will call you to speak. Today, the agenda is in two parts and has two parts, A and B. Part A consists solely of the application, Cross Green Farm, Hopton Road, Thelneatham. And Part B will not be beginning before 1 o'clock this afternoon. As always, we welcome those attending as registered speakers and likewise those in our public gallery. And you are here to observe the meeting from the public gallery. For those who may not have attended a formal committee meeting before, the process we will operate in respect of each application on the agenda today will commence with the officer presentation. Following which, those registered to speak will address the committee, and once the registered speakers have concluded, committee members will debate the application and vote on a decision. Only those registered to speak may verbally address the committee, and they may only do so under the public speaking part of the meeting. I do understand that there may be strong feelings about a particular application. In this regard, I ask that we treat each other politely and respectfully. And if I could just go back to Cross Green Farm, there will be a short comfort break, members, after the public speaking has completed and before we begin the debate. I hope that was okay and clear. So, thank you, and we'll now begin the formal agenda. So if I could ask Helen to let me know of any apologies, please.
Chair, we just have apologies from Councillor Rachel Hood, and if I may, she has not appointed a substitute.
Okay, so that covers off item 2. That's fine, thank you. Then we need to turn our attention to the minutes of the meeting held on the 7th of January 2026. Are there any comments or corrections that members want to make on the minutes? Doesn't appear so. Can I have a proposer, please? Councillor London. And a seconder, please. Councillor Miller-Jones. So, could I share show of hands in favour of approving the minutes without amendments?
Thank you. The minutes are accepted.
Thank you, Claire. So declarations of interest is item 4 on the agenda, and members are reminded of their responsibility to declare any disclosable pecuniary interest, other registerable or non-registerable interest which they have on any item of business on the agenda, and that should be no later than when that item is reached, and when appropriate, leave the meeting prior to discussion and voting on the item. Are there any members wishing to declare an interest? Councillor Dicker, please.
Thank you. Yes, mine's item number 6, where there is a potential pecuniary interest, and I do hope in the future I'll be working from there. So I will leave the meeting as long as you come and get me after.
Thank you, Councillor Dicker.
Do you need me to receive?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Councillor Dicker. Your interest has been noted, and we will, of course, come and get you once that item's concluded.
Thank you, Claire. Okay, so we reach item 5 on the agenda, which is Cross Green Farm, Hopton Road, Thelneetham, and I would invite Connor to begin his presentation when you are ready.
Yes, so thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. So the application before you proposes the construction of 4 poultry breeder sheds with administration block, gatehouse and associated landscaping and infrastructure, following the demolition of existing pig housing buildings. The application is brought before members of the committee today at the request of Councillor Bull, noting the significant number of local objections and interest in the application. The poultry sheds would have a maximum capacity of just under 40,000 breeder hens, so 39,999, to produce fertile eggs for the incubation facility at Kenning Hall. The process would operate on a 52-week cycle as per the contents of the officer report and supporting statements, and include a rest period for the cleaning out as well. As per paragraph 59 of the officer report, the total number of poultry to be housed at the sheds is approximately 10% less than the figure referenced, but as this is commercially sensitive, this has not been made for public viewing. Just to provide a formal update, since the publication of the committee report, the local planning authority has received further letters of objection from 7 different sources, 8 as of this morning, to clarify, with associated supporting documents referring to ecological matters, including habitats regulations assessment, the presence of a beaver on the Little Ouse River, the LPA's environmental impact assessments screening opinion, animal welfare and the presence of asbestos. Having reviewed the comments received, the LPA accept that the HRA process needs to be completed. The recommendation has been amended to add that it is subject to the completion of this process, concluding no adverse effects on habitat sites from the development alone or in combination with other plans and projects. Moving on to the EIA screening opinion, the LPA remains satisfied with its opinion and the development is not considered to require an environmental statement. To the presence of the beaver, the presence is noted and has been discussed with the LPA's ecological consultants and no further investigation is considered to be required. As per paragraphs 121 to 123 of the officer report, animal welfare can be a material planning consideration. However, based on the information received and wider regulatory controls in place, it is not given weight for this application. For asbestos, the comments from residents are noted. However, a phase 1 contamination report has been received and noted asbestos and subject to condition 4, as per the comments from the environment officer, that condition is considered appropriate. Lastly, I believe some members may have received an email from another resident noting concerns around access to the site and vehicular movements. This is of course noted, but doesn't raise any new issues that need to be considered other than what's in the report. Moving on to location plans now. So the one on the right, an aerial view showing the wider context of the site. You can see hopefully the laser pointer's on, highlighting the site there. And then the one on the left showing solely the site itself. The site currently consists of a 250 sow pig farm. The Slurry Lagoon just to the south is currently not being used. Cross Green Farmhouse is within the wider blue line, so is within the ownership of the applicant and used in conjunction of the site. So this plan is taken from our GIS software and includes some added layers to provide some locational context. Members may note from the site visit that the coach travelled east along Hopton Road, starting where the laser pointer is there, coming in towards Thelneetham before entering the 30-mile-an-hour zone, and then turned right towards Copper Beeches and then Cross Green Farm itself. Copper Beeches is another residential property immediately north of Cross Green Farmhouse and the site itself. The pink dashed line to the east, and there's another one just in the picture on the left there, shows a public right-of-way. The buildings highlighted in pink, so those in Felneatham, and then you've got 3 more at Lodge Farm, denote listed buildings. Again, I'll touch more on these in due course. And the red line, just for reference, is the settlement boundary, so it denotes the closest settlement boundary to the site itself. Did you want?
He knows that. Just going to hold the meeting for a second, well, a minute. Thank you. Just to check if Councillor Dick is okay.
I've got enough.
Councillor Dick is not feeling very well, so he's left the meeting, so can't participate in the vote at the end. So, Connor, will you carry on, please? Thank you.
Yes, of course. So this slide shows the buildings to be retained and demolished as part of the development. So evidently the buildings to be demolished are denoted in red, and those to be retained are in green. The ones to be retained are for ancillary agricultural operations. The existing pig farm will cease operation, and the retention of these buildings is not considered to be compatible with the poultry farm operation. However, for clarification at the end of the presentation, the LPA is also minded to add another condition just to ensure complete clarity and control that the pig use will cease. Moving on to the first of some site photographs. So this denotes one of the existing buildings on site that is proposed to be demolished, so one of the pig housing buildings. We're standing in the same point, this one turning slightly to the west and then looking south. Continuing that turn, now looking west, this building is proposed to be retained as well as the two just in the background there. And now looking north towards, if members recall, where we stood when we were on the site visit. A couple of photographs from outside the site. The first one from Hopton Road itself, just as you enter Felneatham. I touched on this viewpoint previously, and of course this is one we travelled on Monday when we conducted the site visit. The site is actually just out of shot to the right there. And then I've just included this one as well from the same spot, but obviously looking southwest. So you can see the two larger buildings there are to be retained as per the demolition plan previously shown. As per paragraph 26 of the officer reports, the northern and western parts of the site in particular will be highly visible from the wider public realm. We do have, of course, the elevations for the poultry sheds, which I'll come on to on the site plan, and some landscaping and other design features which have been incorporated into the proposal. And then just moving on to that. So, of course, now we're on to the proposed development. So this is the site plan. So this shows an indicative landscaping boundary on the western boundary and then the southern. We do have specific landscaping specification provided within this submission, which has been considered acceptable. Members will note this, the poultry sheds in particular will be situated towards the western boundary of the site, with hedging and the trees planted on those boundaries. We've also got solar panels on the eastern aspect of the poultry sheds. I'm just hopefully highlighting with the laser pointer there. We also have a drainage attenuation basin on the eastern boundary. And then, yes, like I said, some further grassland and hedging towards the south. Onto the proposed elevations. So the buildings are utilitarian in appearance, which has been noted in the report. They will be constructed using profiled steel cladding in the green colour shown. The elevations also show the bulk feed bins, and then of course the composite doors and general fenestration arrangements as well. Similarly with the northwest and southeast elevations, so not too much to expand on here from the previous slide, other than you can see the solar panels on that southeastern elevation. And there are some roof-mounted fans as well, which is discussed in the officer report in relation to noise impacts. In short, the noise impacts are considered to be acceptable, but I'll expand on that in a later slide. Onto the floor plans now. So starting from the top of the screen where my laser pointer is, you've got the main admin building essentially. There's an area for preparation for the eggs alongside WC and general staff areas. You can see the central corridor going between the houses there, and then east to west as well. The concrete pad surrounding the sheds as well. This does include catch pits and diverter valves to separate storm and dirty water. Again, flooding impacts I'll come into in a bit more detail as we go through the presentation. For completeness, I've also included the weigher shed floor plans and elevations. These are on the site plan as well, which I've highlighted with the red circle there. I think evidently there's perhaps not too much to show with these floor plans, but like I said, for completeness, they've been incorporated into the presentation. And then similarly with the gatehouse as well. I'll be moving on to the material planning considerations. Just some bullet points there to signpost really the points of discussion in turn. So principle of development, amenity and heritage impacts, ecological impacts, highways, flooding and drainage, and then a summary and planning balance alongside other matters as well. Starting with the principle of development, so I've highlighted the key policy considerations on this slide. Of course, the application proposes the demolition of existing agricultural buildings to be replaced with purpose-built poultry sheds and associated infrastructure. The proposal is therefore considered to be acceptable in principle, subject to other material planning considerations. Onto amenity and heritage impacts. A few of these points I've briefly touched on as we've gone through this presentation, but taking the points in turn, starting with heritage impacts. The site is situated approximately 300 metres south of listed buildings to the north, which hopefully you can see with the laser pointer there, and then 500 metres west of those to the east. Noting the locational context of the site and the distance to these heritage assets, the conservation officer has raised no objections to the proposal. As stated previously, the site is perhaps most visible from Hopton Road to the northwest, and then evidently from users of the public right-of-way immediately opposite the site to the east. Given the scale of the buildings proposed and their location within the site, alongside the soft landscaping measures proposed, no adverse impacts are considered to arise in relation to visual amenity. Furthermore, given the findings of the noise impact assessment, odour impact assessment, ammonia impact assessment, which have been reviewed by the LPA's Environmental Health Officer, and with regards to ammonia, our ecological consultant as well, subject to conditions at the end of this report, the proposed development is considered to be acceptable. There will be some adverse impacts associated with noise, odour and ammonia, particularly in relation to copper beaches, which have been noted in the officer report, as per paragraphs 67 to 71. However, these are not considered to be unacceptable to warrant an objection or a contrary recommendation. Therefore, to reiterate, subject to the conditions within the report, the amenity and heritage impacts are considered to be acceptable. Moving on to the start of highways impacts now. So this slide includes a table of the anticipated vehicular figures, which is included within the planning statement. So the numbers referenced refer to vehicular movement, not necessarily the number of vehicles. So you can see the existing vehicles table there, or column. There is an asterisk next to that, which I've highlighted there. So the figures are based on the existing farm occupation, not necessarily the farm capacity. And it's noted that these numbers would increase if the farm were fully stocked to its potential. And then the second asterisk, which is referred to the existing vehicles as well. There's a possibility of using tractor and trailer rather than HGV. But turning to the proposed vehicle use, you can see that there would be a net gain in total vehicles, which you can see in the summary there. So from 977 to 1,263. However, there is a reduction in HGV vehicular movements. So the total increase in vehicular movements is equal to less than 1 car per day. And then just to highlight there, for the proposed vehicles, the feed coming in, which would serve the hens, of course, in the poultry sheds, is between 1 to 2 deliveries per week. And similarly for the eggs out, which is obviously part of the process for the poultry sheds, as it's a breeder facility, is again between 1 and 2, but a slightly higher figure there of 72 movements annually. So these figures are the annual predicted vehicular figures, and then again you've got the summary of the differences and the breakdown there. Onto the transport routes. So again, this is following on from that table as part of the planning statement. So this first one shows one of the routes for HGVs, which, as explained in the report and the planning statement, would be the same as those servicing the pig farm, the sow piggery. These are the two preferred routes that would achieve access onto the A1066. So in this instance, from the site, you would go north out of the site and then turn right and then continue that to the northeast. And then onto the second route, which includes part of that route taken by members on the site visit. So this would turn left as opposed to right, of course, onto Hopton Road and then towards Hopton Village, and then you turn right again heading towards the A1066. To summarise the highways impacts, so the LPA has received an anticipated delivery management plan and alongside a separate transport review from Felneatham Parish Council. Suffolk County Council, as the Highway Authority, have reviewed the application in its entirety, as well as the review submitted by Felneatham Parish Council, and raised no objections to the proposed development. Conditions include a construction method statement, construction surface water management plan, hard landscaping, so those details provided, and specific hours for construction and the delivery and transport of stock. Good. Onto drainage and flooding impacts. So the site is situated within flood zone 1. However, noting the application represents major development, the LPA has received a flood risk assessment and drainage strategy, which has been reviewed by the Environment Agency and Suffolk County Council as the lead local flood authority. The image on the right there shows the site highlighted in relation to part of the Little Ouse River in the Thelneatham to Hopton Common catchment. So evidently you can see the site highlighted by the star there. As I've touched on previously, the proposal incorporates flood resilient measures, which include the attenuation basin to the east of the site, as well as the filter drains which run alongside the buildings to convey the runoff to the basin, with interceptors providing additional water quality treatment for the runoff from the access and yard areas. To prevent pollution to the surface waters, underlying geology and the groundwater, an appropriate level of water treatment stages has been incorporated into the design of the system, which is within the drainage report. To reduce the risk of flooding due to the failure of surface water drainage system over its lifespan, a maintenance scheme for this system has been conditioned as per, I believe it's condition 5. So to conclude, the flooding and drainage impacts are considered to be acceptable. On to ecological matters. So firstly, the map on the right-hand side highlights the locations of the Waveney and Little Ouse Valley Fens special area of conservation. We've also got Blow Norton and Thelneatham Fens SSSI. And Bugs Hole Fen SSSI on the left-hand side. The closest part of the Breckland SPA is approximately 5 kilometres northwest. So regarding ammonia emissions impact assessment, that is with regards to special areas of conservation, SPA and SSSI. Again, this is discussed within the officer report. The proposed development is anticipated to have a minor positive impact on designated sites and other sensitive habitats, such as ancient woodland in the wider area, at the local scale in relation to ammonia pollution compared to the existing baseline. Further comments relating to the presence of a beaver in conversation with our ecological consultant are not considered to alter the stance previously taken by the LPA, and subject to the conditions noted in the officer report and highlighted above, the ecological impacts are considered to be acceptable. On to other matters and some proposed amendments officers would like to include within the recommendation at the end. So the first being the wording to condition 9, which is the waste management condition. The additions are included in red there. And in this instance, focus on the content of the condition in relation to waste litter to be transported away and burned at a power station, either at Eye or Thetford. This is as per the applicant supporting statement. We've also included reference to the ecological value of the area, just to ensure that the LPA maintains the control in relation to waste at the site. The second change is to condition 29, which in error refers to the previous local plan policy. So this slide is simply an update to refer to the West Suffolk local plan. And the last change refers to the addition of a condition which requires the demolition of the buildings noted on that demolition plan towards the start of the presentation, prior to the first use of the proposed development, to ensure the two uses cannot operate concurrently. Now, as noted in the report, the LPA are content that the two uses cannot occur concurrently, but are proposing this for complete certainty and control. Onto the planning balance now, starting with the matters weighing against. So as per the officer report, there will be some modest adverse impacts associated with noise, odour and ammonia. However, these are not considered to be significant enough to warrant an objection by consultees. Turning to matters weighing in favour, noting the existing lawful use of the site as a sow piggery and the supporting information, the proposed use is considered an improvement in terms of ammonia, noise and highways impacts. There's also the fallback position whereby the site could continue to operate as a sow piggery in the event planning permission isn't granted. Lastly, the LPA have identified further landscaping, ecological and economic benefits as per the concluding paragraphs of the officer report. Turning to the recommendation then, taking into consideration the previous slides, it has been amended to read the application is recommended for approval subject to the terms of the Section 106 agreement, the completion of the HRA process, concluding no adverse effects on habitat sites from the development alone or in combination with other plans and projects, the revised wording to conditions 9, 29 and the inclusion of what would be condition 36, and of course the other conditions as set out on the end of the report. That's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Connor. So we turn our attention now to our registered speakers, and I will just go through the list. Objectors are Mayor Prado. Have I got that right, Mayor? Maya Pardo. Thank you very much indeed. Okay. Councillor David Mills. Okay, and Neil Gillis. Thank you very much indeed. Now, there was a 6-minute slot allowed for each of the categories because we had 2 parish councils that were invited who were concerned. So we've got no supporters. So I just have to explain this to you, members. So Neil Gillis is speaking as an objector, but he's also been appointed by Thelneetham Parish Council to speak on their behalf. So he will speak as the last objector, but he will continue straight into the presentation on behalf of Thelneetham Parish Council. So you would have your 2 minutes as an objector and your 3 minutes as a representative of Thelneetham Parish Council. Then we've got Councillor Carol Bull, who is the ward member, and you've got 6 minutes, Carol. And then we've got Johnny Rankin, who is the agent. Welcome, Johnny. And you've also got 6 minutes. So if that was, hopefully that was clear. We'll see where we are. So, Maya, 2 minutes. And the clock will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
There is an SAC European Protected Habitats fence site under 1 kilometre away, yet the officer has screened out a habitats regulations assessment, which is contrary to law. Without an in-combination habitats assessment carried out, the council cannot make an informed decision about the application. This is a case of grant or not grant, and I refer the council to the case of Sweetman. You will need a habitats regulations assessment, an appropriate assessment, and an in-combination assessment before granting planning permission. The predicted total concentration of ammonia levels at nearby sites would be nearly 3 times the critical level, and the incremental change from the proposed development is well above the natural England threshold of 1%. Instead of carrying out an assessment, the officer's report relies on a betterment argument, which is not the legal test for a screening. If a significant effect cannot be excluded, an appropriate assessment must be carried out. This is a hotspot for intensive livestock farming, and there should be an in-combination assessment assessing the cumulative effects. The betterment argument is also based on inaccurate baseline data. There are currently 2,000 fattening pigs at the site, but the ammonia and odor baselines include emissions from 3,000 pigs and an unused slurry pit. This misrepresentation creates the illusion of improvement. There is also confirmed evidence of beavers, a European protected species, yet no surveys have been carried out and no assessment, which is also contrary to law. The local planning authority is the competent authority in this case. The report also fails to assess animal welfare in any meaningful way and relies on parallel regulations, parallel regimes that are unenforced and currently inadequate. Case law has established that the council should not rely on parallel regimes when they do not work.
My apologies, but 2 minutes goes by quite quickly, so you've exceeded your time. So thank you very much. David, you've got 2 minutes, please.
Yes, good morning. Basically, all questions. All access is via Hopton during the build stage. Maybe if there's somebody locally working on the site, it doesn't apply to them. But will this apply during the operational stage, for example, for refuse and slurry and any large transport coming in, lorries? If not, which way will they be allowed to come? That's the first question. Basically, I can't go any further without an answer to that, because it may lead on to a further question.
Well, you'll have to continue because you've only got 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, all right then. I'm a statement then. The potential routes are from, if you look at the exit or entry to the site, the possible routes in are to or from the east, to or from the west, and to or from the north. Okay? Below Norton is a sign on the end of the road at the Garbaldisham Hopton end. There's a big sign, has been there for many years, says unsuitable for HGV, which would rather limit the use, if it was not broken, for access from that direction. That's the only one that concerns me, obviously, as chairman of Below Norton Parish Council. And the next question is vehicles per day expectations, both in and out.
Is that it, David?
That's it.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, thank you. Right, just to be clear, Neil, you've got effectively 5 continuous minutes, two as an objector and 3 as a representative of Thilneatham Parish Council. Thank you.
There are 2 routes proposed for HGVs in this application, east or west from the site. Neither is satisfactory, but the most likely route is the western one, because that's the direct route to Kenninghall. This route takes you through Hopton, where councillors will have seen on Monday there is a narrow single-width road with limited pavement space and a busy primary school, village shop and church on either side. This ends in a junction with the Bury Road, where you will also have seen there is very limited visibility. In November 2021, the Highways Authority turned down an application to build housing in Hopton because of the safety issues associated with construction vehicles using this exact stretch of road. I quote from that report: "Thilneatham Road remained single width for a distance in excess of 200 metres. It is unclear if a car would be able to pass a large construction vehicle along the narrow section. The width constraint increases the possibility of vehicles needing to ride up onto the footway or the highway verge to enable passing. This would be a severe highway risk for pedestrians, especially those accompanying children to the school." Direct quote from the report. So in 2021, it was the view of the Highways Authority that any increase in HGVs using this narrow road next to a school was a severe risk. So what has changed in 2026? Well, the only thing that has changed is that following the construction of 37 new houses in Hopton, there is even more traffic using this narrow stretch of road and even more children walking along this narrow pavement. The applicant argues that HGV usage will be lower for an industrial unit of 40,000 chickens than for the current farm, which is capped at 250 pigs. Now, common sense suggests that is incorrect. Our own analysis of the proposed HGV numbers suggests that they have been significantly understated on the application, and we have pointed out the basis of that in our objections. However, what cannot be denied is that during the period of construction, there will be a very large number of HGVs using that route, which are exactly the same conditions which led to the 2021 application being rejected as unsafe. Now, this is something which the Highways report in the current application seems to have missed, because it simply says they may legitimately engage in the pre-existing prescribed use. Well, clearly construction is not one of the pre-existing prescribed uses for the current pig farm. Now, the applicant might argue that they will use different routes, but the reality is they will have no control over this. The vehicles will be operated by third-party contractors, and they will use the most direct route. Nor do we have a great deal of confidence that the applicant would follow any transport conditions imposed. The applicant was found guilty of running a poultry unit for 4 years without a permit. He may well take the same approach to any conditions that you choose to apply today. That is our fear. Further, all routes from the proposed development have major safety issues. The route north has just been described, is unsuitable for HGV vehicles and is impassable in the winter anyway because of a ford that regularly floods. Now, when we challenged Mr. Vince on the contradiction between the two highways reports, he put it down to a difference of opinion between highways officers. That is not satisfactory. If you have two reports in front of you describing exactly the same situation, and one says it's a severe risk, and the other says, I'll be fine, then for the sake of safety, you have to give weight to the report which highlights the severe risk. Certainly, if we take this forward to a judicial review, the advice that we have received is that that is precisely the way a court would view that contradiction. However, my appeal to you as elected councillors, some of whom I'm sure are parents, is that if you approve this application and then there is a serious accident or even a fatality outside the school on this narrow road, and it is clear that you had in front of you a report which warned you of the severe risk of exactly that outcome, how would you reconcile your decision to approve with having full knowledge of that warning? I urge you to reject this application on the grounds of road safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Neil. Councillor Ball, you've got 6 minutes. Press and wait. It's now, you can speak now.
Sorry.
Carol. That's okay.
Apologies, I should know by now. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Although I'm here as a member of this committee, for the next few moments, I will be speaking on behalf of the parish councils and residents of Felneatham and Hopton villages, both of which are within my ward and affected by this application. On their behalf, I want to draw your attention to some of the issues and objections they have raised. These objections have covered a wide range of matters, some of which have already been mentioned by previous speakers, so I don't intend to go over them again, but rather concentrate on the highways and associated safety aspect, which have been brought to my attention at parish council meetings, in emails and by telephone contact. Felneatham residents have turned out in great numbers to meetings, packing the small village hall on several occasions. I would note that whilst I attended most of these meetings, I did not enter into discussion about the merits or otherwise of the application, but listened and only spoke to answer specific questions about the application. If I can draw your attention to a few of their concerns. The crossroads at the end of Cross Green Farm Lane are considered to present major problems. Visibility both ways for vehicles turning onto the B1111 is very poor, and the left turn towards Hopton is extremely tight. It has been noted on occasion that some manoeuvring by HGVs and other large vehicles is required to negotiate the turn, and this is evidenced by the damage to the verge and the bent railings at the corner by a ditch where the bench is sited. A further worry here is that the school bus collects and drops children at this junction. There is no traffic route to or from Cross Green Farm without encountering significant stretches of single-track road. The B1111 to Hopton, to enable access to the 1066, is entirely single-track and has no formal passing places, although there are a number of places where the verges have been broken down, widening the carriageway just enough for cars to pass, albeit at this time of year, the result is a flooded road and lots of mud. Sorry. Oh, let's stuck together. There is a further worry that this road, and indeed Cross Green Farm Lane and other local roads, were never built to accommodate a lot of traffic or modern HGVs. They are already in poor repair, and whilst it is suggested that they will cope with the chicken farm traffic, it is feared that 9 months of construction traffic with heavy cement lorries may well take its toll, causing even more damage. Residents attending the site protest did not miss the fact that the coach, on leaving, found a huge pothole at the side of Cross Green Farm Lane, where it is at its narrowest. It didn't actually cause any damage to the coach, but it did afford some amusement to the onlookers. The B1111 to Hopton has no pavement, and because of the high banks, walkers, ramblers and joggers cannot move off the road safely when large vehicles come along. Neither can cyclists be safely passed. And the concept of sustainability and getting people walking and cycling rather than using cars is laughable when the available roads put their safety at risk. The B1111 continues as a single track until it reaches Hopton, where the road becomes two-track for a short distance before the junction with the 1066. But there is a pinch point near the access to the village hall and school, where it is narrow and cars cannot pass. Coming up to the junction, there is the village hall, the school immediately adjacent on one side, just before the village shop, which is right on the corner. The church is on the corner on the other side, opposite the shop. There is a narrow footpath on the shop side, but nothing on the other side, and the historic brick and flint wall of the churchyard abuts the edge of the carriageway. With cars parked in the carriageway or partly on the narrow pavement outside the shop, it is a very difficult junction even for cars to negotiate. Large vehicles frequently have problems turning onto the 1066, and recently there have been several incidents where they have been unable to move past parked cars and have got stuck halfway across the 1066, bringing both roads to a halt. The halt sign at the end of the B1111 is set in the pavement about 3 feet from the entrance to the shop and has been hit on numerous occasions by lorries and other vehicles trying to squeeze through. And on one occasion it was hit so hard that part of the pavement was lifted as it was bent over. Unfortunately, no one was exiting the shop at the time. Other points that residents have made include concerns about the cumulative effect of multiple chicken units in the area, as there are other sites at Redgrave and Garbaldisham, the validity of the crash map as it does not appear to contain information relating to recent accidents, and the lack of gritting on local roads in winter. Finally, the residents of Thalneetham are extremely passionate about their village and the tight-knit community that they enjoy, and are fearful that this development will change their small village forever. They are being told that this new enterprise is just another farm and no different to what they have now. However, they are adamant that this is not the case, and what they are being asked to live with in reality will be an industrial-type operation in the heart of their village. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Ball. Johnny, you've got 6 minutes as the agent.
Good morning, members of the Planning Committee. You'll be pleased to know I'm not going to use 6 minutes. I would like to thank the officer for the comprehensive presentation. I was also delighted to hear of the return of beavers to West Suffolk. And just to say that we have worked with the Planning Office to address concerns raised by consultees during the consideration of the application. That was a long consideration, and as per the report and the presentation, the proposals have been amended since submission, and this was in discussion with officers and included for solar panels on the roof of the sheds. Whilst the applicant understands the concerns raised by neighbouring residents, the officer recommendation of approval is informed by various assessments, including odour, ammonia, noise and ecology. In responding to queries raised by the Planning Office and statutory consultees, the applicant has ensured that none of the statutory respondents in respect of, for example, highway safety, waste, air quality, pollution or protected species and habitats have objected. The applicant is also agreeable to all of the conditions listed at pages 62 to 73 of the committee report, as amended in this morning's presentation, and also inclusive of condition 36. As members will see, the conditions ensure the relevant controls are in place in respect of contamination, noise, odour, waste, dust, biodiversity, landscape, construction and deliveries. So as set out in the officer's report, the existing sow piggery and slurry lagoon represent a significant fallback position, with the proposed poultry sheds representing betterment in environmental terms. With thanks for your consideration this morning, and we would invite you to support the officer's recommendation and resolve to approve the application.
Thank you very much indeed, Johnny. As I said in my pre-agenda opening statements, there's an opportunity to take a comfort break. I will see whether anybody really needs one, bearing in mind we can't have a comfort break during the debate, which may go on for some considerable time. Okay, there's been a call for one. On that basis, it's 10 to 11 now, so if we can get back, members, sharp for 11 o'clock. Thank you. Public, it's 11 o'clock, so we will continue, but Claire Kennedy, our solicitor, would just like to say a word before we begin.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify for members of the public that as Councillor Dicker left the room during the planning officer's presentation, he will not be able to take part in the debate or vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. And also I'd like to introduce Peter Bradfield, who is a regular attendee. So welcome, Peter.
Good morning, committee.
And our own Julie Roberts, who's environmental health, yes?
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, on that basis, I can begin the discussion with Councillor Glossop, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Because there are a lot of questions from the speakers, would it be possible for the officers to answer those questions before we debate, especially the questions from Mia? Because I feel until those questions have been answered, it might be difficult for us to discuss it. So is that possible, please?
It would appear the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Yes, so the comments from Maya, as I said at the start report, that the objection from Communities Against Factory Farming has been noted as well, as per slide 2. So in short, the resolution in relation to Habitats Regulations Assessment, which I think was the starting point that Maya had referred to, the recommendation has been amended to reflect that any resolution or recommendation here today is subject to the conclusion of that assessment, and of course concluding that there's no sort of alone or in combination adverse effects on those sites. Of course, if the assessment is made and there's anything there that would change our recommendation, the application would be brought back to committee. So that is a change in the recommendation in relation to the habitat regs. Again, I think the presence of the beaver was also mentioned. Again, we've noted that. We've gone back to our ecological consultant, and based on the information we have and knowing where the sites are in the locational context, we're content that no further investigation is required. Was it EIA as well? Yeah, the environmental impact assessment screening, again, that's touched on in the report. And again, the comments from the various consultees, local residents and groups are noted. But again, even based on these comments, the screening opinion, the conclusion of that screening opinion hasn't materially changed. So we don't think an environmental statement is required. And I think the last point is animal welfare. So I'll pass on to Penny, who's got some on that.
Yeah, so just to pick up on the animal welfare point. So animal welfare concerns are capable of constituting a material consideration as a matter of law. So it is something that can be weighed in the balance. But as with all material considerations, the weight to be attached to that in any particular case is a matter for the decision maker, subject to the normal test of Wednesbury unreasonableness in terms of us having a considered response in terms of what we weigh. And that weight could be no weight. So someone taking a decision could recognise that something is capable of being a material consideration, but could choose to give it very little or no weight in their final balance. You'll note from the conclusions in the officer's report that that's the position that officers reached in this case, based on the information in front of them in the application, based on the advice in the NPPF that we shouldn't be duplicating controls, or we should be assuming that other control regimes operate effectively. And Connor has noted that there are other legislation and regulations, so the Animal Welfare Act, the Welfare of Farmed Animal Regulations. Those are all things that are considered by officers and led us to take the view that that material consideration wouldn't carry any weight in this case. Now, members are also decision makers, and it is up for you to consider what weight you want to give that material consideration, but certainly the officer's position on it is set out in the report.
Thank you, officers. Councillor Thorndyke, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mixed emotions with this because it covers a few different things. Stanton is home to one of the producers of chickens, has very large sheds where it produces them, Hatchism. We saw one of their lorries leaving the village when we were going through the other day, which has caused on site no problems at all. It's been very good, and it's been there for 25 years. The other one we've got in Stanton, well, actually two. We've got one which is an old chicken shed, long ago, which was, we also had 4, as per this development, looks exactly the same, built outside the village. They had to put in their own service road to it and bring the access out, because the original one ran round Dale Road. If you know Dale Road in Stanton, you know how wide it is. It's one car if you're lucky. So when they built this shiny new place, again, about 25 years ago, they had to put in an access road. So I don't see a whole heap of problems. We've had no problems with it. The only complaint I can recall on one year, when they cleaned the sheds out, the wind was blowing the wrong way and Dale Road collected it, the smell. Other than that, no problems. But we seem to have an awful lot of traffic issues with this, and I know the roads around there. I use them fairly often. The shop in Hopton, obviously, we saw that. And indeed, we drove down the pavement to get out, which is not good. But no option. Now, you're going to tell me that planning can't right problems that are there already. True. But the other half of that statement is they shouldn't make them any worse. And I think that's the bit we've got to think of with highways today, is whether it is in fact going to make the situation worse. I know we're hearing about the Piggery had traffic and it doesn't have traffic anymore, and this will plus or minus with that. But I have my doubts, and I think we need to look very seriously at the traffic issues. There's no shiny dual carriageway running through the middle of anywhere there, as there is in Felixstowe. I think I'll make my point. So we need to look seriously at the traffic issues, and I think that's our main problem with this. Welfare of chickens is not our responsibility. That comes with another body. Chicken sheds themselves built on site, not a problem, no real issue. But traffic is a real concern. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thorndike. Councillor London, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I came in with 3 thoughts, all of which have been slightly touched upon. But I'll start by saying I wholeheartedly agree with the need for the ability to do things in the countryside. You know, the rural economy is incredibly important. We do need to be able to support rural industries where appropriate. Having said that, I've got a few misgivings with regards to this. Misgivings with regards to transport. And I notice we seem to be going from, if I got my numbers correct, 26 rigid HGVs to 85 rigid HGVs, and about a 25% increase in total traffic, which does seem like quite a significant increase going around the corner with the shop and the church and the school. And that does seem worrying, if I can put it bluntly, that corner will not be able to withstand the added traffic that we are anticipating. I'd also like to just confirm with Peter with regards to the transport assessment. How were the original movements determined? Was that an independent determination, or was that something that we asked the applicant to provide in terms of how many existing piggery movements that this is in addition to? Can I also just confirm, has a site visit been undertaken by Highways? And just to be really, really clear with what I'm asking here, Highways is a fantastic body with wonderful officers that is highly under-resourced, and this is about, do you have the capacity to do this? I know that in a perfect world, of course you would, but I'm just asking if you have the capacity. Waste, I wanted to talk about waste. Sorry. Before I go on from transport, I'd also like to point out, even if our Stats 19 reports don't show that as an incident hotspot, I think due to the speed that you would anticipate issues happening at, it's not going to be the kind of an accident area where you'd anticipate having injury accidents, and therefore they're not going to show up on a Stats 19 report. And I think there's therefore a significant chance of underrepresentation of issues on that corner in the official reporting. Secondly, waste. I've got lots and lots of questions, but of course, all of that is going to come out in a waste management plan, which hasn't been written yet. So I find myself wanting to know the answer to questions that I can't know because the piece of documentation hasn't been written yet. So I can just sort of express that as vague frustration that we're making a decision without all of the jigsaw pieces. And then finally, with regards to animal welfare, and thank you very much, Penny, for what you outlined with regards to animal welfare. And I need to say that as a decision maker, as an elected representative with a party manifesto, I have to say I do take animal welfare to be a very, very important consideration, and that if it is a material consideration in this determination, it is one that, as a decision maker, means a lot to me. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. Can I just say to to Peter Bradfield, sorry, you don't need to answer the capacity issue in terms of determining highways decisions, okay? Thank you. Okay, right. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. So I had some questions. I have a few different questions. Initially, on the HGV thing, on the anticipated vehicular data that you showed us on that table, I believe it said that annually, currently, there are 242 HGVs. But then the resident, there was a thing on page 41.3 on the objection by the parish council that said that a resident had used a camera to record the traffic that was passing in 7 days, and that there were only 2 HGVs passing in those 7 days, which would work out that currently, obviously you can't necessarily take a week as a sample of the whole year, but if you did, it would suggest that there are only 104 HGVs rather than the 242 on your. So yeah, I just wanted some clarity on that. And then also the current route they're taking, are they currently going east? Because I think a lot of the issues were with the new ones going west. So again, I just wanted to clarify the route change aspect of those HGVs. I'd like to second what Councillor London said about the weight of animal welfare. I also believe that if that can be a material concern, that we should be giving that weight as decision makers. I then also had a small question about on page 50 near the top, it says that policy LP1 states that for all new non-residential development over 500 square metres will be required to achieve the BREEAM excellent standard or equivalent. But then it goes on to say that the officer and the agent agreed between them that it's not required in this case, noting that the design and that it's not occupied by humans. But the policy LP1 doesn't say it needs to be occupied by humans. It says all new non-residential development. So I'm just confused about why we're not holding them to that standard. And it goes on to say that it complies with LP1, but it doesn't seem to me that it does if that is missing. And I think that's all for now. I may come back with more. There was one more thing, which was about the fans, the doubling of the fans from 20 to 40. And it says that the NIA, the noise impact assessment, was done on the 20, not the 40. And it does go on to say that the doubling doesn't make that much difference. But I'm confused about why we haven't done a noise impact assessment on the actual correct number of fans. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Councillor Ball, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions and just one comment. The comment was, and I know it's something you don't have control about, I think it was very disappointing that Suffolk Wildlife Trust as a consultee, made no comment, considering they had been quoted as saying that Lopham Fen, which is between Llaneltham and Diss, is the largest valley fen in England and one of the most important wetlands in Europe. So I think that's disappointing, but I appreciate you can only ask them. I just wanted assurance that on the removal of the asbestos, is it building control who sort of monitor the work that's done on that? And then finally, again, coming back to highways, I am concerned that that application in Hopton for the development of the houses back in 2021 quite specifically homed in on that narrowing of the road and said that it wasn't suitable. And that was one of the reasons that the application was turned down, not the only one. And yet today it's acceptable. And I really would like to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. We're going to go back to officers, and I'm sure we're going to invite Peter as well. So which way do you want to play this? Do you want to go first? Yeah, okay. So Connor will respond where he can first.
Yeah, so I might just leave some of the more specific highways matters to Peter, but hopefully I've covered the other points that have been raised by members. So waste management, so that's something we've touched on throughout the presentation. It's something we're obviously very aware of with the impacts associated with that. We have got that specific condition, which again we've focused with regards to the transporting of waste during the cycle to those power stations at Isle Thetford. And then just as a matter of further control, obviously the condition requires a specific waste management plan, which is evidently going to be based on every other material planning consideration with regards to ecology and things like that moving forward. And that is a condition that will require discharge. So of course, at the point the condition is applied to be discharged, we'll review everything that comes in again. HGV movements, I'll just leave to Peter. LP1, so yes, this is something that we evidently noted from the outset of the application, and in conversation with our Energy and Sustainability Officer, who reviews things like BREEAM and generally sustainability for applications. It was agreed that being consistent with how we've applied the policy and previously how it was with the Joint Development Management Policies document, that the scheme such as this is not required to meet those standards. Of course, as we've touched on in the report, there are other methods that have been incorporated into the scheme to encourage sustainable construction methods. So you've got the provision of solar panels, you've got insulation to monitor heat in the building into and out of. But otherwise, as a local planning authority, we're content with what's being provided in relation to LP1 from the applicant to recommend approval. The number of fans, we've obviously got Julie here who has reviewed the application in relation to that, and it is discussed extensively in the report. But her assessment, without wanting to go into it in too much detail, has been based on the number of fans being 40. And even then with I think it's about 3 decibels increase in potential noise, is not considered to be so perceptible that it would warrant an adverse impact on what would be the nearest residential receptors, which is Copper Beeches. And I think it's lastly, with regards to asbestos, again, we've noted that in the presentation and the report. We have received a phase 1 contamination report, which has reviewed the buildings on site with regards to asbestos. Our contamination officer has reviewed that and considered that, subject to, I can't remember the number of the condition, apologies, but there's a condition in there that requires a phase 2 report to be completed, which includes the management of asbestos into and out of the site. And again, having received these further comments, I did touch base with our contamination officer just to make sure that they're still satisfied with the condition, and they are. So from our perspective, we're content that asbestos has been adequately reviewed and assessed.
I was just going to add further to the asbestos point that there are separate regulatory controls. It's a health and safety executive as well, as opposed to building control. And then I think the other matters are probably best for Peter.
Before we go, Julie, did you want to make any comment about the fans? I think Connor did mention your involvement, but can you just, for the benefit of the committee, just provide some additional clarity? Thank you.
I do understand that noise impact assessments are quite a complex set of figures and calculations, and some of the information at first sight may seem to be slightly easier to interpret than is actually the case. In the case of this particular noise impact assessment, there is reference in the technical specification for the fans to be installed that there are 20 units. It is accepted there are 20 units on each of the 2 rows of units, so 40 in total. Further into the report, it's clear that the actual calculations are made on the use of those 40 units. The assessment is twofold. One under British Standard 8233, which requires that noise affecting a residential property doesn't exceed certain levels in the day and nighttime periods. The assessment of the noise coming from the proposed fans passes that assessment. The second is an assessment under British Standard 4142, which looks at the type of noise being caused and rates that according to any particular feature that may be of that noise. So there may be penalties added for intermittency of noise, tonality of noise, and any impact noise which may be created. The assessment looks at the proposed fans, which will be controlled by condition to be of the specification indicated in the report, and that report indicates under also the 4142 standard that those noise levels would not be exceeded at either day or nighttime or evening levels at the closest noise sensitive property. The position that Connor mentioned about the 3 decibels is that even if the number of noise sources is doubled, so that particular noise source is multiplied by 2, the noise created at the receptor is increased by 3 decibels, not by double of, it's not an addition of the total noise from each of the 2 sources. And this is because noise is calculated on a logarithmic scale rather than a linear scale. So those concepts sometimes make it a little complicated to look at the numbers within the noise impact assessment, but I am confident that the calculation has been done on a correct basis.
Thanks for that, Julie. So the floor is yours, Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Committee, morning. If I may, I would start the Highway Authority's summary to you, returning to one of the opening comments that was an important comment that related to Highway Authority recommendation of refusal for a residential development in Hopton. That response that was referenced in the introduction was an opening response to that planning consultation. And within that, the position of recommendation of refusal was taken because the applicant at that time had not evidenced suitably that the impacts on the highway would be acceptable. Subsequently, during that planning consultation process, further information was brought forward in terms of that assessment on the highway, and a supplementary response to that same planning application was provided by the Highway Authority that acknowledge that the development would be acceptable in principle subject to conditions. So that's the full picture of that application some time ago, but I'm happy to answer questions that you may have back to that point. In addressing the committee with regards to the impact of development on the highway, I think it's prudent to start with the acknowledgement that the National Planning Policy Framework sets out when it is acceptable for development to be objected to or recommended refusal by the Highway Authority. And the bar for that is high. I've spoken to you about this before, but it's essentially assessing whether or not the impact on the highway would it be severe and cumulative, whether that detrimental impact would be severe and cumulative. And the government's instruction to the Highway Authority is that it is not appropriate to recommend a refusal unless we are satisfied that the impact would be severe and cumulative. So clearly, if there is a moderate impact, or we could use other phrases, then that isn't a threshold of change that the Highway Authority would be recommending refusal to. And we acknowledge that all development has an impact on the highway, invariably of different sorts. Councillor London referred to the movement from the existing or the lawful use of the site at the moment as a piggery. Those trip numbers were provided by the applicant in the transport assessment, and they haven't been independently verified. But that is a conventional approach, and I do think that the numbers are robust and reasonable, albeit that I acknowledge that if one attends and has a look at the site, you may well find days where the movement is less, you may find days where the movement is more. This is an attempt at providing some sort of averages by the developer to assist the LPA in arriving at their determination. It's a very conventional approach, and I'm satisfied with that. I was asked if I was able to visit the site in advance of this, and I have not visited this site, but I am very familiar with the network in the area. And I did visit the location for the 2021 residential development that I referenced in the earlier responses. So I believe I am familiar enough with it for my recommendations to you to be valid in that regard. Councillor London, you also commented on accident data, and you are correct that the accident data that finds its way into the reporting tools, there's one called Crash Map, which is a very useful tool which will provide information about what sort of accident has occurred and where it has occurred. Those accidents and the reporting of them are triggered generally by the police being involved. So if there's a minor bumper ding accident between two drivers that doesn't require the police to be involved and there have been no casualties or injuries, that sort of accident isn't recorded within the data. Now, what that means, of course, is that the accident data that we can comment on is a really robust data set, because they are accidents that have been reported to the police and where people have been hurt, and not wing mirrors colliding. You suggested that that may be an underrepresentation. And I think it's not unreasonable to use the word underrepresentation, but I hope my comments have clarified that it's not perhaps an underrepresentation, but it's more a method of focusing on accidents on the highway where the impact is needs to be recorded. Councillor Miller-Jones, I did sort of touch on the comment you made about the local observation that HGV numbers varied. I think it's probably fair to say that with rural and agricultural enterprises, there is a fluctuation in the phasing of vehicular activity. If it's around the harvest, for instance, or in livestock, around the sort of cycles within that sort of farming. I have had a look at the statement that details the highway activity proposed as a result of this development. And I've broken it down for you into what would be HGV movements, and within that set, what would be articulated big HGVs on the move. Of the 176 proposed HGV movements, by my calculations, I think 91 of those would be by HGV, i.e. an articulated lorry. So we're less than 2 a week. It's a very small number, obviously, in terms of the network. Admittedly, not such a small number for that particular area of Hopton, and that would mean the remainder of those trips, of the remainder of the 176, would be in a smaller HGV, a rigid HGV. They both carry less weight and are physically smaller. And I think that's a fair observation. Councillor Bull, you talked about the residential development, and I did address, I think, those comments earlier on. I would make the distinction, of course, that the Highway Authority assess the movements related to commercial and residential developments as being distinct. So a residential development is going to bring forward the movement of children, elderly people, disabled people, and a wide variety of vulnerable highway users. That's not the case with this commercial development. So I think they're different. So, in summary, if I may, there may well be further questions, of course, but in summary, the Highway Authority is satisfied that the proposed development will not be a severe impact on the highway. It does not meet the threshold where the Highway Authority will be recommending refusal of this application to the LPA. I think it's important to acknowledge that there is an extant use of this site. The proposed use of the site will fluctuate around that historic use, but it's broadly similar. It's certainly not excessively more where we would look at it and think, crikey, that's going to be an increase in the highways. It's pretty similar. That being said, the assessment of those existing numbers has been provided by the developer but they seem reasonable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Peter. I was about to say, I always like to square the edge at this point, and if anyone feels uncomfortable that they haven't got a full answer to their question, was to ask to speak again, but I've actually got 4 in the queue anyway. So I will take the queue as it stands. Councillor Ball, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Just coming back to that Hopton development, I do believe that the first comment where it was refused, there was a later thing, and it talked about widening the road to do with the access. Now, I don't know exactly where that was. And I also do note the fact that, it is different a residential to a commercial thing. But actually, when you think about it, residential is cars coming out. And if it was considered that it really wasn't very suitable for cars, then, and I appreciate we're not talking about loads and loads of lorries, but even with the small numbers, the chaos it causes in the centre of Hopton, you have to live there and know it to understand it, and the danger. I mean, these lorries are passing within 2 foot sometimes when they go on the pavement of the shop exit and entrance, and that is not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you very much. So unfortunately, I can't agree with the Highways assessment on this, because we have data from the developer that hasn't been verified by Highways. Highways haven't visited. And then we have residents, so many residents. We have so many objections here where the residents are giving so much detail about the roads. They're telling us their lived experience of these roads and the problems on these roads and the places where there's no space to pass, no space to stop. And we are here to represent our residents. And I do think that we need to be listening to the people who actually, live and experience these roads, who are clearly outlining the problems. And we've refused applications on this basis in the past, on the basis of the fact that the people who live there actually know what the roads are like. We had the comments, thank you, Peter, about the fact that the amount of vehicles will fluctuate. So we have an average here of the vehicles on the road. But if it's true that on some weeks, there are only 1 or 2, and then other weeks there are going to be far more, harvest was mentioned at certain times of the life cycle, the laying cycle, whatever it might be, there are going to be so many more vehicles, then at those times, that's going to be extremely problematic. So if we're looking at an average and saying, oh, well, it would be okay if it was spread out, that's not necessarily going to be okay if it's actually all at once that we have all these vehicles. We then also have the fact that the route is different, as mentioned, and these vehicles are going to be going west. And as far as we know, that isn't the case for the current vehicles, or not all of them. So that, again, makes the numbers that we've got not valid, even if they were valid, which they don't seem to be, because they don't seem to match up with what we're actually being told is currently going on in this situation. So I just think when we don't have any actual reliable data, but we do have data from the residents, to me, that holds more weight personally. I also I had a couple of other questions. I don't understand something mentioned by a resident. It's at the top of page 42, and it actually starts at the very bottom of page 41. A resident objection had said, there is legislation that this should not be a permitted development. This can be found in Schedule 2, Permitted Development Rights, Part 6, Agricultural and Forestry, Class B, agricultural development on units of less than 5 hectares. I don't know what that is, where that legislation is. And I just wondered if we could have some clarity on that from somebody who may know that, because that was one thing I had to ask. Also, sorry, I've got a list. I'm nearly done, I think. So that was, I also just wondered about, so there was a mention on page 39, the second paragraph from the bottom, that says that the village has had problems with the lorries going to the Redgrave duck processing unit, and that these were stopped. And it's mentioned again by the parish council that they had, I can't actually find, no, I've lost it, but somewhere it said that the council had prevented that. And I just wondered if anyone had any clarity on that situation, because it was basically saying that it had been assessed and decided that the HGVs could not use that route. But there isn't enough information on that here, but that seems relevant to me. Then I just had a question about the eye. Apparently there's a sister factory in Eye that was visited that had problems with odour, but it doesn't say how many birds are kept in Eye. So I was just wondering if that's the same amount, more, because obviously that is relevant to how relevant that is. And then I'm very sorry, I'm very nearly done. There was the issue of the fact that we're looking at data for 2,000 or 3,000 pigs, but then there was also mentioned that the data was on the basis of a slurry pit being used, which is actually not being used. So again, that makes it feel as though that data is also not actually going to be accurate. And I just, again, if anyone has any clarity on that and why, it feels to me with this application that a lot of the information is just a bit wrong. And it's like, oh, well, we're looking at this based on this, but it's not like that. And we're looking at this based on this, but it's not like that. So it just all feels a bit off to me. And I think that was all my questions. I just noted that policy SP24 Part E says that we need to be ensuring that any impacts to the highways, public rights of way are fully mitigated. And I'm just not seeing that. I'm not seeing that mitigation here. That is everything. Thank you. Sorry.
Quite a list, Councillor Miller-Jones. And what we will do is officers will come back on your points and anything that Councillor Bull had asked to. Before I move on, and just to reassure members, I've got Holder, Mildmay, White and London in the queue in that order, okay? But we'll get some response, or all the responses that Councillor Miller-Jones is looking for.
Okay, so hopefully I'll have written down everything that you've mentioned. So the first was relating to, I think it was Schedule 2 that you mentioned. That's in reference to the General Permitted Development Order. So that essentially highlights a route for agricultural buildings, for example, where they may be permitted development via the prior approval route. And ultimately, if that list of criteria isn't met, then a formal planning application would be required, which is evidently what we've got here. So it's not to say that development is not permitted if it doesn't meet those criteria, it's just to say that it's not a permitted development route that they can take. I'll come back to the HGV because I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to in that regard. With regards to the facility at Eye, again, we don't have that information to hand. However, everything has been assessed in relation to this application and the information received. So odour, ammonia, things like that, everything, we assess each application on its own merits, and we've obviously done that consideration in relation to this application. And then again, with relation to the Slurry Lagoon, evidently our assessment of an application is based on the information received, which we then review and then go out to consultees, and a judgment is given based on the responses we get. Of course, we've noted that the Slurry Lagoon isn't in operation currently. However, assessment has been based on the lawful use as well, so the capacity of the existing sow farm. And then, we've given a review based on all other, sort of likely parameters existing. So the HGV figures, for example, it's based on existing uses, but like you said, the capacity may increase, and, depending on when feed is coming in, for example, there may be higher figures and et cetera, et cetera. So from our perspective, we've given an assessment based on the information received, similar to what Peter said with regards to highways matters. We're content that the information received for those reports is reasonable. So we've given an assessment based on the feedback we've had and our local policy. So we remain content that the application is acceptable.
Just to pick up further on the highways point, and I suppose it's a sort of general point to shape the debate. So things like highways is a technical matter, and we are guided by our statutory consultee, and it's very helpful to have Peter here today to answer your direct questions. So I think if you're looking at that and the highways impact, I think what you'd need to do as members is satisfy yourselves that you have sufficient evidence to demonstrate that there would be a severe impact looking at that MPPF test. You've queried whether or not we have reliable data, but we do. Peter has, both in his written responses and also today to committee, clarified that they are satisfied with the robustness of the data that's submitted. So I suppose it's just to clarify that in terms of, it's an evidential test. You're looking at the data in front of you and what do you think that looks at in terms of an impact. So you just need to have that in your mind, members, I think, as you move forward with the debate.
Anything to add, Peter? Or you?
A couple of points, please. Councillor Miller-Jones, I didn't know, I can't quite picture the site that you talked about. Redgrave, I think you mentioned. So I can't comment on that, sorry. And then you also, I think, talked about mitigations. And my observation for that would be that we're not looking for development to resolve existing highway shortcomings. So the narrowness of the carriageways and things like that, those local highway characteristics, they are the characteristics of the highway. We all have to live with it.
Thank you, Peter. I'm not going to throw this open to the whole committee, but Councillor Miller-Jones, have you had answers? You may not have had the answers you wanted, but have all of your questions been at least responded to?
I don't think I've had answers to all of them, but I think they've been acknowledged, and a few of them nobody could give me answers. So yeah, I don't think there was anything that was missed off. No,
Okay.
I think, thank you. But I am going to queue to speak again eventually, if that's all right.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Right, we move on then. Councillor Holder, please.
Thank you, Chair. Don't know how long I'm going to go on about this, but East Anglia and Hopton and lots of the villages round about have, in their history, grown through agriculture, and they've got bigger, some have got smaller, but we are an agricultural area. Poultry is one, and there's an awful lot of poultry growers, including ducks and chickens and, hatchlings to breed on. Over history, animal husbandry has got very much more efficient. But along the way, animal welfare lost. So other people have come in and said, look, you've got to have good animal welfare. Basically, I'm referring to all the objections that came in. There were so many about animal welfare and, noise, traffic, smells, dust, all those sort of things. And it went on and on. And I commend the officers for actually reading through, well, I counted on my papers about 800. And in the papers here, it said there were over 1,000 representations made for this application. I think some of them might have been a campaign and were the odd duplication, I'm sure. But the fact is there is concern on animal welfare and ecology. I've looked through the papers because it's an education for me too. And fortunately, the government has put in a hierarchy of people, the experts who look at these things for us, and also a hierarchy through Natural England of various animals that have to be looked after. We've got the SAC, SPA, SSSI, Ramscar sites. That was a good one. I had to go to and look that up. That's a town in Iran, where in 1970, where the good and the great got together and made some rules and suggestions about how these sites should be managed. And apparently there's about 2,500 of them in the world at the moment. But all these things feed into our officers' knowledge. They don't know it all. I certainly don't know it all. And these people have given us the guidance that we need, as does our traffic officer. I think so it all came together, which is a company I hadn't heard of, Wild Frontier Ecology, which is a report done in 1974, it says in our papers. Sorry, not 1974, 2024, get it right, which is very recent. So we're getting information from people who've studied these matters for us. It mentions about the farm buildings. Well, I must admit an awful lot of farm buildings are very ugly in the landscape. They're utilitarian, and they have to be, for storing grain, storing livestock. But the technology within them, like the animal welfare, has improved immeasurably over time. So I'm assuming, no, I shouldn't assume, but I'm assuming these new chicken sheds are going to involve the best technology from the faults that people have learned from in the past. A lot has been said about waste management. Again, I looked up this, that yes, there's a lot of ammonia and nitrogen made from chicken droppings, and it does cause dust. But the thing is, I mean, I didn't know they were carted away for burning in Eye and elsewhere, because I think burning them was probably a bit of a waste. Because nowadays, something else that's crept up in agriculture is anaerobic digesters. And it says in the documents I looked at, if you mix chicken waste with liquid pig waste, it makes wonderful ingredient for anaerobic digesters. You get a good return on methane. And I think I can't remember the word, digestible, but the remains, it makes superb soil conditioner and fertilizer. I'm not going to say it's a virtuous circle, because there's a lot of people worried about the death of thousands of chickens. By the way, it's about 1 billion in the UK, would you believe? 1 billion chickens, or over 1 billion, that are slaughtered for meat. Some of the complainants, or the people who wrote in, took the trouble to write in, actually said we should be cutting down on our meat and shouldn't eat it, because it is all about global warming and animal welfare. So there's a point of view from every way. I think our officers have done a marvellous job navigating through all the rules and regulations, all the experts that are feeding into this. And we've heard from the complainants, quite rightly they've done it, and the traffic. I think there's quite a few of us councillors live in the countryside. We're used to these narrow roads, no passing paces, lorries doing their job. It's part of the natural economy, as we've been told. You've got all these narrow little roads, you're not going to make them all better. It's a pity, but I've lived in my village for 40 years, and we have coped with the harvest and the pigs and all these sort of things, and we will have to continue to cope. It's too important to the nation and the local economy to poo-poo agricultural advancement. I'm preaching now, which I shouldn't do.
So I was just about to interrupt you, Councillor Holden, and see whether we could...
Yeah, I will come to the conclusion by recommending approval.
By the way, it was fascinating.
Sorry, Chair. I'll conclude by recommending approval of this application to see what my colleagues think about with the conditions that the officer have put in, and of course, subject to getting a decent or a proper vetted waste programme sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holder. So the first thing I need to do is see whether that is seconded, please, by any member of the committee. So the answer to the question is there's no seconder, so that motion proposal fails at this stage. Councillor Mildmay White, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I'm losing my voice. I haven't spoken for so long now. It's croaked up. This proposal is a significant investment in a small farm And that is good for the rural economy. And I think with the government's decision on inheritance tax, small farms are not being valued in the way they were, and we're going to see more and more of these large investments coming forward. So we have got to be mindful that that is probably the way farming is going to go now. However, what I'd like to explore, so thank you, Peter, you've answered a lot of the questions I was going to ask, which is great. But I understand this dreaded word severe, and to meet that target of severe, I haven't come across it yet. I don't think we've had one, have we, that has met the target of severe yet. Anyway, what I would like to explore is the word cumulative, and the effect. Connor, could you put up that slide which showed the other chicken farms in the area, please? I'd like to just explore where the traffic from those go and how this is going to impact on them.
The slides didn't show existing or other chicken farms in the area. Do you mean the routes?
The routes. I thought those were, it says existing poultry farm.
Oh, sorry, yes. So the numbers and the circles on there, yes, they show the existing poultry farms, but this specific plan has been provided to show the routes for the... But I'll leave this one up anyway.
So which route do they take, the existing poultry farms?
The existing poultry farms on the slide, we don't have that information to know which routes they take. This is specifically for the application.
Right, so we can't... So what does the word cumulative mean then, in planning terms, if we can't take into account the existing chicken farms?
Do you want me to answer that one?
So if we are looking at a cumulative impact, there's different ways that that could sort of play out in a planning case. In this instance, we're looking at the wider road network. And so we're looking at the traffic that's being proposed in this case versus the existing use, but also considering the fallback position. We don't necessarily, in a case like this, have to have all of the full vehicle movements of every other similar operation in the surrounding area in order to make an assessment on this application. Otherwise, every time you looked at any application for any development, you would need to know all of the existing stuff for other things. There are certain cases where you need to understand the cumulative impact of something. Visual impact is a good one because you might need to understand if you're standing in one place, are you looking around and seeing more than one development at once? But the Highways Authority wouldn't, and Peter might be able to correct me on this, they don't need to have necessarily all of the detailed vehicle movements of every other person using the highway in order to make a judgment in terms of what impact a development will have on the highway network. That's a judgment that they're very used to making if they felt that they needed additional supporting information in relation to an application, then they would advise of that in their response. But it might be that Peter's able to provide some further clarification on that.
I mean, as you know, cumulative impact is one of my favourite phrases because every development has an impact. And when you put them all together, the impact just grows, as we know. So this area is obviously being targeted for chicken farms, presumably because of the factory nearby. But having been on the site visit and having seen read the representations, it's not often we get this many representations from people about the road network. And having been on that site visit, I can absolutely understand that crossroads in Hopton by the shop is a very, very tight turn, and to have the shop coming straight out onto the street almost, and the school, that I do have serious concerns about the safety of people using that particular little bit of road there with lorries coming. So is there any other way? I mean, would the lorries come from the other way, or will they all be using the Hopton route?
I'll just clarify that the routes shown in the presentation are the predicted routes that they're likely to take if the application is to come forward. So it's either or a combination of the two.
I mean, I am very torn because I'm defeated by that word severe, but equally I am interested in more of the cumulative impact. And as I say, that turn in Hopton gives me serious concerns, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May White. Councillor London, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you as well, Peter, for answering questions earlier. I think it's important to differentiate here. We've got a situation where the data that your determinations are based on is that blue light data, that more severe issues where there may be injury or loss of life. Obviously, you don't have the data for, and we call them fender benders, but even where the lorry took out the bollard, that would not have been represented in the council data unless the police were called to that incident. So I think we've got a situation where that section of the data there is a bit of a hole in the data there, and if we don't have that information coming through the county council reports, then we need to fall back to where we are getting that information from, which is the representations from the local community. And that's not that it's a different classification of data. It's not that one is better than the other. It's that information is missing from the official reports. I know that we had to go a bit onto the pavement to get our bus round when we were there, and I noted, looking, because I was at the front of the bus, I was able to look, and the two cars in front of us also went onto the pavement, and the only way for that traffic to get round was to break the law. You're not supposed to drive on the pavement. And again, that's not something that's going to ever show up in official reports, because that's not even causing an accident, but that is the breaking the law to be able to navigate the corner. So I acknowledge that with respect to that more significant level of traffic, we are at a moderate cumulative level. I'd argue that we are probably more towards a severe cumulative level when we look at the extra increase that even the cars are going to be causing, and the smaller vehicles are going to be causing with regards to this. I mean, I'm not going to be making a proposal right now. I think if we did grant permission, as Ian mentioned earlier, I would definitely want to see some form of road improvements on that corner. At the absolute least, it can't be beholden on a parish council to spend the £20,000-30,000 required to do the works to put in double yellow lines. I think that would definitely not be on the parish council for that. That should be something that we bring forwards. And I will also say that I have heard nothing here that changes my mind with regards to the animal welfare issue. So I am not going to make a proposal, but I am going to say that currently I do not support this application.
Okay, Councillor Landon, thank you very much indeed. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. Unlike Councillor Landon, I am going to make a proposal. I've listened to this debate, and I had quite a lot of questions that came up for me from the papers, and most of them have not been answered to my satisfaction. I feel that we are comparing data. We're looking at what's currently happening, worst case scenario, rather than what's actually happening. And then we're looking at the increase between that worst case scenario and what is predicted to happen. We're not actually looking at the difference between what's really happening now and what's going to be happening. And that's the case for the highways. It's also the case for the pollution, the flooding, all of it. I do not feel that we are looking at the actual increase that's going to happen. Sorry, that didn't make a lot of sense. Haven't had much sleep. So I do believe that we do have a lot of evidence that there will be negative impacts on the highways and on highway safety, and that is the main reason that I want to propose refusal of this application. The other reason, which I think is equally important, is the animal welfare. It is material, and it is known that this type of farming is extremely inhumane, and I don't think we can ignore that. If it's a material concern, which I believe has been used to overturn decisions to prove applications in the past, we we do need to take this very seriously. So that would be my other reason for it would be the evidence that there's a negative impact on highways and highway safety and the animal welfare issue. We have so many objections to this application, and we always say here that we need to listen to our residents. And I think more than ever here, when we're looking at safety, we're looking at so many issues, and we're looking at the welfare of animals, I think we need to take this seriously and refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. I now need to seek a seconder. Councillor Ball. Would you like to speak? Oh, you're actually next to speak, actually, Councillor Ball.
I'd just like to comment. Ian Holder spoke, Councillor Holder, about the number of welfare concerns and the objections. I think a lot of those, or the majority of those, came from the various organisations. I think if you look at the residents, welfare wasn't a particular issue. It was other things, and particularly the roads. And I'm very conflicted because I really feel, it's the countryside, it's farms, that's where you put things. But the highways issues, I think they are severe at Hopton Junction. And although, they're saying that the HGVs won't necessarily be more, there are going to be a lot more cars. And it's just the general extra traffic there. So I will second it.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor David Smith, please.
Thank you, Chair. I haven't got too much to add to what's already been said, but I think my main concerns have been from the start the issues of the highways. We've been told that we need evidence that there will be problems. We could easily say that we should have evidence that there won't be any problems. But this amount of heavy vehicles in these small roads, it's an accident waiting to happen all the time. I'm not a country person, I have to admit that. I'm not an expert on this, that's why I have to listen to other people who live in these areas to say what they think. And I thank the experts for telling us, giving their opinions as to what they think is correct, but at the end of the day, it's just an opinion. The animal welfare issues, I eat meat, but that doesn't mean I want to see animals abused or whatever. I don't know anything about chicken production or whatever. As I say, I don't come from the countryside. News to me today was that animal welfare can be a consideration. I've been on this committee about 6 years now, and it's the first time I've heard about that. So that would have been interesting knowing in the past, because that could have thrown some interesting light on other applications we've had in the past. Although it's not our responsibility, animal welfare, it is right that we should highlight when there is a problem for other people to look into it. So we should give it its due weight. And I think in this instance, it should be given a greater weight than has actually been given previously. As I say, not really much else to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I've got Councillor Glossop. You're next. After that, I'm going to go back to officers, and if there's any issues that need to be addressed, they will address them, I hope. Councillor Glossop, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to clarify, when we were on the coach on Monday, in actual fact, the road by the shop and the post office, across the road, there was work being done on a house, and there was a very big vehicle parked there with all the material for doing a roof. So therefore that did make that junction more difficult when we're talking about vehicles going on the pavements, because it made the road even narrower. Secondly, because that junction is a big issue for all of us, being a shop, a village hall, a school, a church, there's been no discussion because there were vehicles parked outside the shop, and they could have actually parked down the road on the village hall car park. So that is another issue, that we could have made that junction better by not allowing parking around that shop. There has been no discussion or thought about perhaps trying to widen the road there a little bit, which apparently was thought about when the housing development was proposed. So there are some issues that we could actually try and get rid of, so this wouldn't be such a problem. And I know we've got on the table now refusal, but perhaps we should have been saying defer and get the issues around the shop sorted out. That's my opinion, that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Glossop. Okay. Officers, is there anything you need to respond to? I'm not actually sure what happened.
Not at this point, no.
Not at this point. Okay, well, there's no one in the queue, you say.
In which case, I think I probably will.
Probably will, yes. That's it.
So I suppose there were two. I would want to clarify, if we're at the point where a vote, I probably would want to clarify the wording of the proposal that's on the table. 2 points that I'd like to just clarify first. Animal welfare, I'll take first. It can be a material consideration. To advise you anything otherwise of that would be incorrect in law. It is for the decision maker to decide on the weight, but it is subject to a test of reasonableness. Officers have given that matter no weight in this case. So you just need to think about that test of reasonableness. Being able to give something weight is not the same as it having enough weight to outweigh all other matters and indicate a reason for refusal. I'll just leave that with you to think about. The second thing that I think I do need to just flag up, because we're in a situation where we have a proposal where we are looking at a reason that is contrary to our statutory consultee. That is a risk, and if this were a situation where I was minded to, and I haven't decided on that yet, I'm thinking on that matter, but I may just advise members of the risk at this stage. That does expose us to risk in terms of our ability to back that up as a reason for refusal when we do have our statutory consultee who is advising us otherwise. The other thing I think that's important to remember is that there is a material fallback position in terms of the ongoing use of that farm. And we do to not include that in your deliberations would be incorrect because it is a material consideration. I might just take advice from legal in relation to whether or not we do a minded to, if we're going to continue with a sole reason for refusal that is highways, if that's okay, Chair.
I'm a big enough wall, clearly. Yep, I've got you down to speak, so don't worry. Yes, okay. Penny's going to come back on the minded to, but the debate will still continue, so.
So having discussed with legal, I think if we were to continue with a reason for refusal that is solely based on highways, I think it would be appropriate in this case for me to use our minded to protocol, which would allow officers to take that away, consider the risks, the issues at hand, and bring them back to committee. I appreciate that's frustrating. People don't like to see things going on and on at committee, but it is an important matter. I think we're making these sorts of decisions. As a public body, we need to ensure that you are aware of all of the risks associated with that decision. So, Chair, just to confirm, if that is the way in which the vote goes, I will be using our minded to protocol.
I've got a couple of. Just bear with me. I will come back. Don't worry. I've got Councillor Thorndyke, then you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Councillor Thorndyke, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think Penny just said it all. I think we've got to the stage where we've said we'll go for refusal on it. The officers are unhappy with what we're planning to go for refusal with. The logic is we do a minded to refuse today if it gets voted through, and it comes back. And I think that's where we've got to go. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thorndyke. Now, Councillor Miller-Jones.
Thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that so the sole reason isn't highways. So my proposal to refuse is 2 reasons. I think with the animal welfare, I understand that the officers have given it no weight. I believe it does hold some weight, and I think my colleagues agree with me that we need to give some weight to the animal welfare. So if it was just the animal welfare alone that I was proposing, it probably wouldn't have enough weight. But along with the highways, it's the 2 of them combined that I believe have enough weight to refuse this application. So it's the two together, just to clarify, not just the highways. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, very well put. Over to you, Penny.
Thank you for that clarification. That is helpful. In this case, I don't think that would change the position in terms of a minded to allow us officers to go away and come back with a full report to the committee. So it would be that minded to position. But thank you very much for clarifying.
Councillor Holder, I hope for a shorter period of time, if I may be so bold.
It's really a matter of procedure, Chair. This vote for refusal is going to go through. Some people made assumptions that it's going to be a minded to. It might fail, so let's presume it's going to fail. Am I permitted to reintroduce my proposal, or does that have to go to somebody?
Only if this fails. Yeah, only if this fails.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, please. Welcome to the committee meeting.
Thank you. I've listened to this so far, and where Councillor Holder said earlier, in the country we make do. I'm also going to link it to almost the target of severe. And from my point of view, I don't want the residents to end up having to get to a stage when, if we pass this, that then at some stage the traffic and highways gets to a severe level, and then we're faced with having to deal with that. So from my point of view, on the welfare of animals, I'm a trusting guy, and we have environmental health, we have everyone else who would be doing the checks. That is not really, something I'm thinking about. What I'm actually thinking about is these guys. There is a huge amount of concern about lorries mounting curbs to get past and everything else. And I just do feel that I have no problem with a chicken farm, meat eater, etc. I do have a problem with giving these residents at a later stage a bigger problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor London, please.
Oh, sorry, sir.
That's okay.
I just wanted to clarify something, Peter, if I may, because I'm aware that although you are the representing the statutory consultee with regards to transport, there are some transport issues that I know that the county won't touch, such as, for example, it's not pertinent now, but for example, private roads, it's not something that you consider pertinent. At the same way, I just want to really dig down and clarify. You have the data that you make your decision based upon, which is those blue light emergencies. So can I ask, is the fact that we have a primary school, a church and a shop, which all provide or produce large amounts of pedestrian access, which is going to create a large number of sort of near misses, technical road infractions such as mounting the curb, does that section that sits below a Stats 19 report, is that part of your consideration and part of your report, or is that something that you don't normally take into consideration because you don't have the data available for it? Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I think I'll work backwards this time, if that's okay, starting with Councillor London's query. I would clarify that it's not blue light data, it's reported accidents. So that could be a minor accident that doesn't require blue light, for instance, but there's a bump there, it's going to get reported to insurance companies and the police are asked to attend. Yeah. I wrote an observation down, and I think it was when Councillor Glossop was talking, and that was that the Highway Authority's assessment of this isn't coming from the fact that this is an application for a brand new farm, and where all of these trips are new trips on the highway that a community is going to be subjected to. This is an existing farm. already got lots of existing movement on the highway. Accident data hasn't recorded anything there that suggests that we've got a severe highway safety issue. We're essentially looking at some new sheds and a kind of change of farming practice. That's what the Highway Authority are looking at. The number of trips that are going to increase on the highway is moderate. Now, that sounds as if I'm not giving sufficient weight, or as if we, rather, are not giving sufficient weight to those near misses and the concerns that the community have. And I accept that, you know, I've read a lot of the objection letters in preparation for this, but I haven't read them all. It's very common for local communities to object to development because of the impact on the highway. You'll know as well as I that this is a theme of objection. It's perfectly understandable that a local community would object on the impact on the highway. But to reiterate, the Highway Authority does not think the impact of this development would be severe.
Oh, sorry, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. You come back very briefly, Councillor, because we've got a motion and we need to put this to the committee, and I've got 3 members before you. So,
just a very brief. I don't want to say the word correction, but from the day job, I have spoken to the Minister on the matter of Stats 19 reports, and I can confirm that no data from the insurance industry is included in those reports. So yes, you are correct that it is not specifically only blue light organisations that are requested, but currently speaking, only blue light organisations have the ability to make a report that would be considered of a commensurate level to be included in the Stats 19. Thank you.
okay, right. Can we draw a line under that issue now, please? Because I want to move on to Councillor Glossop.
Thank you. Can I just ask, what's the difference for minded to refusal or defer? Because defer could be where we could perhaps look at some safety measures at that corner. That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Okay, I'll move on to Councillor Neil first, if I may, while officers can come back later. Councillor Neil.
Thank you, Chair. I've sat quietly and listened on, which is most unusual for me. And there's two issues here. One, we're talking about transport, and one, we're talking about animal welfare. Now, I was on the site visit. I'm fully appreciative of how tight those particular junctions, which have been highlighted, were. But then, throughout the district, there's loads of junctions like that we have to deal with. Peter's made a valid point about it being a working farm, and basically it's a working farm looking to change its product. Animal welfare's been mentioned. There's professional bodies that take care of that, not this council. There's professional bodies that go out and make sure animal welfare is taken care of and the product's being produced in an acceptable standard. So I appreciate the local opinion, but at the same token, all we've discussed so far is a particular junction by a shop, and the impact that this particular farm may have on that, but it is an existing working farm looking to change its product. So I think we need to consider that. And with regards to animal welfare, just to repeat myself, there's professional bodies that take care of that standard. That isn't something that we've got control of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Councillor Miller-Jones, could I just make an appeal that you can add to the debate rather than repeating? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, that is my intention. It was just going way back to something that I think was said by Maya in her statement earlier, which was about the HRA, the fact that an HRA is a legal requirement, but then it says policy SP10 talks about an HRA, but that we have considered whether it's necessary to prepare one and decided that it's not necessary. And I just wanted a bit of clarity on that because it was a very long time ago, but I believe Maya said that we absolutely had to have an HRA and then for some reason we're not. So could you just clarify that for me, please?
Okay. Thank you ever so much, Councillor Miller-Jones. Now, there's no further members in the queue. We'll go back to officers for response to the points that have just been raised. If we get through that without any other member coming in the queue, I'm going to test the proposal. Okay, thank you.
Just touching on the HRA, the Habitat Regulations Assessment. As I said at the start of my presentation, we had originally screened that out, and the recommendation has been amended to say that we're recommending approval subject to the completion of that assessment. So that's the amended recommendation in light of the comments received.
In response to your question, Councillor Glossop, in terms of the difference between the motion to defer and then this minded to situation, set out in the front of your papers where we have the decision-making protocol, but to pull out the salient points. If members have decided to defer the application, then you're proposing that it be deferred for further information, or that's sort of within your gift, you've made that decision. Where there is a decision that is contrary to the recommendation, it is then within my role, I can say, actually, this will be minded to. So if there's a vote that's taken, we could use this protocol so that your vote would be noted. It's essentially minded to. Officers would go away and produce a risk assessment so that members are fully versed in what the risks of that decision might be, and also to appropriately word up the reasons for refusal, reflecting the debate. So it both processes involve us going away and coming back, but they're for two different reasons. One is specifically to seek further information, clarification. The other is for officers to complete that risk assessment process and bring that back to committee.
Thank you, Penny. Just for clarity for me, the reasons for refusal, can you just articulate them, Penny, please?
Need to go back to my comments.
That's all right. Sorry, I put you on the spot there. I didn't mean to.
We might need to go back to Councillor Miller-Jones to clarify the wording on the highways element. I'm clear on the point that it is a combined reason for refusal that speaks to the impact on the highway, which you believe is severe. But I know you did articulate some other points around that, so it would be helpful if you could set out in a clear form sort of the rationale behind the highways reason. And additionally to that, it was in terms of that animal welfare concerns.
Thank you. Yeah, it's difficult to articulate it briefly because basically it's based on all the masses of information we've got about those roads, about each bend, each section. But the way that I would try to summarise it would be that we have evidence to suggest that there will be a severe impact on highways and highway safety. That is how I would word it, but you may want to...
And that's anecdotal evidence based on the annotation on the objections on, yes.
I don't know that I would call it anecdotal because it's a fact that is what the road is like. It's a fact, the shape of the road, the bits of the road that do this, and those are facts. It's not really anecdotal. It's the evidence of the actual geography of the road.
Mm-hmm.
So sorry.
I was just going to invite Penny just to read back. Thank you.
I've articulated this as it's the unresolved concerns in relation to highways impacts and impacts on highway safety, which could be severe.
Right, so that's the final officer response. There are no further questions from members. So it is proposed for refusal, but that's a minded to decision. So just to be clear, this will return to a future development control committee. It's not a final decision. So it's minded to refuse, proposed by Councillor Miller-Jones for the reasons articulated by Penny, and seconded by Councillor Bull. Could I see a show of hands in favour to them? You can't.
No, they do.
I wouldn't support that. I don't need to be difficult. I don't think it should register.
Do you mind if I read it?
Come on, yeah.
It's probably best if I read it again because I was clarifying only the highways element and Councillor Miller-Jones did make it very clear that her reason was a combination of both. So to that end, the full reason would be in relation to unresolved concerns in relation to highways impacts and impacts on highway safety, which could be severe, and concerns in relation to animal welfare is the reason in its totality.
No, I wouldn't support that. I'm sorry to be
So what you articulate?
Reduce on grounds of the highways, but I don't want fully
Councillor. Okay, well, Councillor Miller-Jones, so your seconder effectively has just withdrawn support for the broader. So I'm now going to seek a seconder for your full rationale. So can I have a seconder, please? Councillor London. Could we just not have private conversations, please? Okay. I suppose on that basis, do you want to...
I just want to get to the end of this.
So do I. So do I, in all fairness. And I think it would be helpful if I could just test where we are. So I'm going to accept that Councillor Bull has withdrawn and you're seconding the same motion. Okay. So on that basis, then, I'll repeat myself. This time it's Councillor Miller-Jones proposing a refusal, which is a minded to decision, which has been explained for the reasons now accepted and Penny has articulated, and that is seconded by Councillor London. Could I see a show of hands in favour of minded to refuse? Those against that decision, please.
That's right. That's right. Because yes, to abstain.
So that is 6 votes in favour and 7 votes against. The motion is lost.
Thank you, Claire. He didn't vote because he left the room, sir. He walked out during the presentation.
He's not counted you.
You've not counted the chair, I believe.
Have you not counted me?
Yeah, 14 of the
I'm quite a big unit. Thank you very much indeed. Right, so the debate continues, and I've got Councillor David Smith, please.
Thank you. Well, can I just slightly amend that proposal then, and without the animal welfare part, and just leave the highways concern? Thank you.
So just that bit. Do you want me to read it again?
Yes, okay, thank you.
And if you want.
Yeah, please.
So for clarification, the motion now would be for the sole reason for unresolved concerns in relation to highways impacts and impacts on highway safety, which could be severe.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. And it would still be subject to the protocol reminded to.
Okay. Can I have a seconder for that, please? Sorry, Councillor Bull. I'm running out of bits of paper to write on, so just bear with me. David and Carol. Okay, the debate continues. We've got Councillor Holder. Thank you, Councillor Holder.
Well, Chair, I mean, I was pipped at the post because I was going to go back to my former recommendation. So obviously the vote has to be taken on this one now. So perhaps we could get to it.
Sorry, there's no members wishing to speak at the moment. So can I now propose, can you just again remind me, we're now just on the highways issue, just on the highways issues, which is part of Councillor Miller-Jones's original proposal. So that was proposed for and minded to refuse by Councillor David Smith, and that was seconded by Councillor Carol Bull. Could I see a show of hands in favour of refusal, and minded to refuse on that basis? And those against that, please.
So that is 6 votes in favour, 7 votes against. Motion is lost.
Thank you. Councillor Holder, please.
Yeah. Yes, Chair, just going back to the original thing, I take the point that's been made about the HRA. All these things are going to come back to us anyway or through the Chair to be approved. So I would, propose the recommendations subject to the conditions and subject to the undertakings that we've heard today, which are very important, I hasten to add.
They are.
Thank you.
Could I have a seconder, please? Well, you can't speak just at the moment. Thank you. Councillor Chester, please. Did you want to speak at this point?
No, but happy to second the proposal, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Glossop.
Please, if we're now voting for approval and we've got conditions, I'm not clear on the times of we were going to allow deliveries. And so can we make sure that it isn't that we don't allow HGVs to go past the school, the shop, the church and all of those things, I don't know, between say 7 in the morning till about 9 or 10, because that's when it's going to be busy there, and I don't want to see HGVs going past those then.
Well, there's two issues here. One is the officers will respond directly to that point, but then to include an alteration, we will need the support of the proposer and the seconder. So let's get to the officers first.
Okay.
So currently, condition 26 in your papers sets out the hours of collections and deliveries associated with the use only to be carried out within specified hours. I wouldn't want to, on the fly, try and work out other hours that we would want to change in that condition now. I don't think that would be appropriate. We could potentially change that condition to, rather than a compliance condition, it could be worded to a submission of prior to the commencement of the development, and we could include within the wording of that condition to say that the scheme will take of the times of school drop-off, so that then someone would go away, work that up, and in consultation with the Highway Authority, we would then produce an appropriate time. I can't tell you what that would be, but we could specify that that is taken into account. That covers off condition 26. There is a further condition, condition 22, which specifically talks about construction hours. But that's the work on site, I believe, as opposed to... Yeah, so there's already a construction method statement, so that would deal with the construction traffic. But my suggestion would be, and we would need to change the proposal on the table, that condition 26 is worded to a condition that requires a submission of information with that additional acknowledgement of the other uses that might be using that highway at that time, as opposed to a compliance condition.
Councillor Glossop, would that satisfy you?
Yes.
Okay, well, I've got to go back to the proposer. Councillor Holder. Councillor Glossop has suggested, and Penny has responded, on the hours when the transportation to and from the site could be controlled around the sensitive areas. Did you hear what you may not have heard? Do you want Penny to read? Do you want Penny to read out again?
Well, Penny can.
Please, yeah.
The issue that Susan has flagged is that she's concerned in terms of the deliveries and the condition we currently have recommended, which allows that movement of traffic between the hours of 7 and 8. Susan's concerned about the potential impact of traffic at those very sensitive areas that have been noted, so perhaps around school times, at that school in particular, school pickup and school drop-off. I don't think it would be appropriate for officers to just try and pick numbers out of the air now to change that without any robust evidence. So my suggestion was, rather than having a condition that specifies hours at this stage, we amend that condition to require the submission of the details of what the transport will be, taking into account of those other sensitive uses. So essentially it turns it into a pre-commencement condition where we will then consider the information with our highways colleagues, as opposed to what it is now, which is simply a compliance condition that says you must do it within this hour and this hour.
I'm just presuming that the contractors are bringing the equipment in, the materials in to build the chicken sheds and the hard standing and all the other stuff that goes with it. Are they controlled by the applicant? Or, I've ordered up, 200 tons of concrete, but you can't bring it between this and that. Is the applicant going to be making those rules once you've talked to him?
This condition controls the traffic associated with deliveries and transport of stock. The construction traffic is dealt with under a separate condition. So the instance that you're referring to there wouldn't be relevant in relation to this condition. This condition specifically deals with, as I said, deliveries, transport of stock, and the collection of waste. In terms of what would and wouldn't work for the enterprise, that is why I've suggested it is dealt with as a scheme to be submitted, because I don't have all of the information available, neither do I have the evidence to suggest what appropriate hours would be. We'd need to do that with highways.
And the explanation that goes with it, and I didn't realise there was a difference between materials for building and the chickens. Quite happy to have that put in. That may well satisfy things. I know how difficult it is because I do a school run, and outside the primary school, it's bedlam, but for half an hour. But you don't want lorries coming past, but they do. They do come past.
Councillor Chester, you seconded.
Yes, John, happy to accept the amendments to conditions 26 and 22. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed.
It's just 26, it wasn't 22.
It was just, Penny will clarify, it was, yeah, go on, Penny.
I flagged 22 to say that it's we don't need to change it because it's dealing with something different, but it's 26 where we're proposing the change.
Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. Last thing, I just want to say that I will not be able to vote for this proposal. Our officers, our highways officers and consultees and everything all do amazing jobs with the data they're given. They're experts, they know what they're doing. But in this case, it is clear that they have been given inaccurate data to work with. And on that basis, it is not going to be safe. We've seen all of the representations from the parishes, from the residents, about what's going to happen to their villages as a result of this. And once again, I would just implore my colleagues on the committee to listen to our residents and not to vote for this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, I don't think this warrants much more debate from my perspective as chair. Let's test where we are on approval. And this is a straightforward approval, subject to the change to condition 26.
And the points noted in Connor's report.
And the points in Connor's report. Could I see a show of hands in favour of approving this application, please? And those against, please.
That's 7 votes in favour, 6 votes against. The motion is carried and the application is approved.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Claire. The next session now doesn't start until 1 o'clock at the earliest. Well, if we said 5 past?
Yeah.
Gives 20, presumably there's refreshments.
There is.
Yeah, so members will see you back at 5 past.
Chair, we have apologies from Councillor Rachel Hood, who does not have an appointed substitute.
Thank you, Helen. And I'm going to invite Claire now just to explain about Councillor Dicker.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Dicker declared an interest in relation to the next item at the outset of the last item. So he's now left a room whilst this item is debated and will return once it's concluded.
And that responsibility lies with Helen, yes? To go and get Roger.
I will scamper.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we welcome Tamara, who is the case officer for the next item, which is the bus station, King Street in Milton. So over to you, Tamara.
Thank you. Members, I appreciate the last application went into quite a bit of depth, so I will try and be succinct with these next 4 West Suffolk Council applications today. So the first one from me is for Mildenhall Bus Station along King Street in Mildenhall. The application is the change of use from a former bus ticket office into a Class E retail and commercial space. We also have some exterior alterations as well to facilitate that change of use. So on the screen now, you've got the location plan on the left and our GIS system on the right. This is just to highlight that the bus station itself sits within the town centre boundary, which is this blue line here, outside of the conservation area, which is the red dash, and outside of the primary shopping area for Mildenhall. So it just helps to give a little bit of context here. Now on the screen, you've got the existing and proposed floor plans for the proposed change of use. So as you can see, the development will create a unit of approximately 100 square metres to be used by a Class E use. We also have the refiguration of the public toilet facilities shown just here. And I've highlighted in yellow the exterior changes that are proposed. Obviously, you'll be able to note it's an octagonal building, so there's a few elevations, so hopefully this helps to make it clear. So on the screen now, as I've said, you've got the elevations. So again, left is existing and the right is proposed. So we've got some sliding doors being blocked up and then some alterations to the public toilet facilities here. And then as well, just panning around to the other elevations as well. And again, that alteration is highlighted in yellow. I have just included a short video just to show the location of the bus station within the town centre. So I'll just play that now. But we'll just have to swap that out, bear with. Oh. There we go. So as you can see, there's the bus station building along King Street and then panning round as well. So in terms of consultation responses, this application has received support from the consultees on the screen, including the Town Council, Highways and Environmental Health. We do have a couple of conditions recommended on this application, given the location of the building within a very public area, which includes a deliveries management plan and a construction management strategy, and also a restriction to the construction hours to be within sociable hours only. On the screen, and as included within the report, I've popped the relevant policies on the screen now. So given is located within the town centre, outside of the primary shopping area, the support of a Class E unit in this location is supported by policy. And for the reasons on the screen, we don't consider there's any material reasons to not approve this application. So in conclusion, as I've mentioned, the current building is a vacant bus ticket office, and this proposal we will reintroduce the building for a commercial and for a retail use within the town centre, which is deemed to be a sustainable location. Although the development doesn't include any parking, it is located, as I've mentioned, close to other car parks within Mildenhall, and no objections have been raised from the Highway Authority in this instance. On this bullet point, I've just highlighted that any additional external changes to the building that may be needed to facilitate the change of use or the addition of signage is subject to a further planning or advertisement consent. But in terms of the change of use itself, it is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara. There are no public speakers on this particular item, so straight into the committee debate. Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. I propose acceptance of the change of use. It's going to be a banking hub and it's right in the middle of the heart of the town. Perfect location. No problems with it at all.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Is there a seconder for that, please? I'm going to go with Councillor Holder. Councillor Holder, because I caught your hand up. Did you want to speak at this point? Okay, that's fine. But Councillor Mildmay White, you are on my list.
Thank you. I just wondered about crossing the road tomorrow. Do people always access from the back? But I could see the cars going round in front of the building. No zebra crossing, nothing useful.
Yeah, so you do have the zebra crossing, and then if I just show the video again. And then because of the way the road loops round, the zebra crossing is just behind the building there on the left. Hopefully that helps to explain.
Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is sort of outside the remit of what we're supposed to look at, but I was just wondering if the toilets would have sort of changing facilities. There are these toilets. Right there. Yeah. It's probably not kind of necessarily relevant to planning, but as it's a sort of West Suffolk thing, I just wanted to suggest that I can't see anything in the papers about changing.
Okay, that's absolutely fine.
Thank you.
We'll come back. Councillor Neil, you've got your speaking slot again.
I'd just like to point out there's actually two crossings. One is in King Street itself, and the other one is just by Sainsbury's. So there's two certainly within 200 yards. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
So just in response to Councillor Miller-Jones, so I've popped on the screen the proposed floor plan, and unfortunately I can't confirm if there will be changing facilities. The floor plan does indicate an accessible WC and a WC that does have space there for potentially a changing area, but that is something that I will go back to and confirm for you.
Thank you. Well, there are no members currently requesting to speak, so I'm going to go straight to approval proposed by Councillor Neil and seconded by Councillor Holder. Can I see a show of hands in favour of approval, please?
Chair, it's listed on the website.
Oh.
If you want to plug that, just tell me tomorrow once we do. Okay. Yeah. Do you want me to tell?
Yes, please.
Just to help, so Tamara doesn't have to go and ask anyone. On our council's website, it lists all our public toilets. The Mildenhall bus stations is listed, and under facilities, baby changing is explicitly listed. Yeah, yeah. I can't imagine they take it away.
We'll let you know.
Yeah.
Can I do the vote?
Sorry?
Can I announce the vote?
Yeah.
Thanks. Just going back to the vote, the vote appears to be unanimous. Motion is carried, and the application is approved.
Thank you, Claire. I think we were just so excited that we got through the application so quickly that we forgot to ask you to announce the vote. So we now need Councillor Dicker back in. And Luke, if you could make your way to any one of the microphones on the speaker's desk, that'd be great. Thanks very much.
Sorry, Roger.
Well done. Thank you. So this is the Abercroft Leisure application, and we've retained Tamara because she's the case officer for this application as well. So over to you, Tamara.
Hello again. So second on my list today is Abercroft Leisure Centre. Hopefully we're all familiar with this building, noting it is our neighbour, whichever way behind me, I think. So this application is a full planning application for a range of alterations and works to help decarbonise and to add more eco-credentials to the refurbishment of the building. The principal development in this case is the addition of a net zero pod, which I will show on the plans, which includes the addition of air source heat pumps. We also have some solar panels on the roof with associated ducting, and then some more aesthetic changes such as an access ramp and alterations to the entrance, but I'll talk you through. It's important to highlight for this application that we are still out for reconsultation at the moment, and this was highlighted in the late paper that was published as well at the start. This follows an amendment to the red line area on the location plan in order to ensure that B&G enhancements are secured through the development. So members will note that the recommendation is to approve, subject to that period expiring and no matters being raised during that time. So as before, I've got the location plan and our GIS system on the screen now, so you can see that here is the Leisure Centre building, here is our office to the northwest. You'll see that the red line includes these extensions to show where the development is proposed. So this area is for the net zero pod. There's a little extension up here for an access ramp, an area here for the entrance, and then down here is where the B&G enhancements are to be positioned. Members will also note that we do have the blue line which goes around the rest of the Abbeycroft Leisure Centre area, which is all within the applicant's ownership. So on the screen now you've got the existing site plan specifically in relation to the net zero pod, and I've also just popped a Google satellite image just to help illustrate where this is to go a little bit further. And then on the screen now, you've got the proposed site plan for the net zero pod. So just to talk you through this, on the right-hand side is zoomed in. So this grey area here is concrete hard standing in which a main bulk is going to be positioned. And then this dashed area, hopefully you might be able to see that on the projector screen, is an elevated fan deck for the air source heat pumps. So we've got a ground element and then an elevated area which is to sit above, hence why it is dashed in grey. On the left-hand screen, you'll also note that in dark grey we have a new substation being put in. That is to also help facilitate obviously the additional energy transfer throughout the site as well. So on the screen now, you've got the proposed elevations, and again, I'll talk you through for the net zero pod. So on the top screen now, this is elevation 1 facing. So I've got the plan on the site plan on the right as well. So here you've got the concrete hard standing, that's that dark grey rectangle along the bottom. And then above, you can see the elevated fan deck here with the barriers and with the fencing as well. So it's worth noting at this point, and it's shown a bit clearer, on this bottom plan here, that the net zero pod is to have a height of just under 7 metres and then a width of 8.2 for that elevated fan deck. So hopefully that shows the ground and the elevated area. On the screen now, you've just got the proposed substation, so hopefully we all know what one of these looks like. It's pretty standard, but I've included it for the presentation. Again, moving on to proposed elevations for some of those other alterations that I've mentioned. So we are adding in solar panels to the roof and associated ducting, which is shown on this plan. I have mentioned as well there's an access ramp going into an existing doorway on the north elevation, and I've just shown that here with a photo to accompany. Moving on to the entrance alterations. So on the right-hand side is the existing. So for those that are familiar, it's this canopy glazing style entrance that will be removed to be replaced with new sliding doors. This brick as well is also to be rendered as well, and that's included on the description. So moving on to photos, I've popped in some photos here for the proposed net zero pod and that plan that we took a look at on the other slides. So members will note that this area of the leisure centre is predominantly a service area underneath the flumes. So we do have a service entrance here and this lean-to extension, both of which are to be retained. This image on the left is from Google Street View prior to the construction works that are happening internally to the Abbeycroft Leisure Centre, which are going on at the minute. So just to highlight that net zero pod will be going on this grassed area here and will visually look similar to this plan in the middle. In terms of consultation responses, as I've mentioned, we are still out for reconsultation following an amendment to the red line, but on the screen and in the report are the most recent, and the late paper, the most recent responses we've received. So as you will see on the screen, the application is recommended for approval by the Town Council and no objections have been raised through consultees subject to conditions. Again, in terms of our policy assessment, officers note that the leisure centre is a public facility and these works will help to rejuvenate and redevelop the leisure centre to operate more sustainably. As described in the report, it is noted that the visual impacts of the net zero pod have been noted and are considered to be utilitarian in their design and form. However, balancing the harm of their visual impact compared to the benefits of the wider operation of the site, officers consider that in this instance, the concerns aren't considered to be adverse. As I've mentioned, the development does include biodiversity net gain, which is proposed to be secured through tree planting to the south of the site. And in terms of parking, you'll remember that substation is to be located to the north of that proposed site plan. This will result in the loss of 2 car parking spaces in the site. However, the proposal does include a condition for additional and enhanced cycles facilities to be included and submitted to officers within the rest of the ownership of the site. On this basis, officers consider this to be acceptable, and again, on balance, the wider benefits of the scheme are considered to be acceptable. I think I've probably just gone over everything on this screen from what I've just said. So, in summary, officers consider that the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Tamara. Right, we've got one public speaker. Welcome, Luke. It's always nice when we've got West Suffolk represented as in public speaking terms. So you've got 3 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm here today to speak in support of the application to install air source heat pumps within a net zero pod, solar PV and associated infrastructure at Bury Leisure Centre. The proposal directly aligns with the Council's strategic priorities that set out a clear vision built on environmental resilience and the transition towards a low carbon and sustainable future. Approving this application is an important and tangible step in helping the Council deliver on these priorities. As you will know, West Suffolk has committed to strengthening environmental resilience by supporting the decarbonisation of homes, businesses and public buildings across the district. The Council has a wider environmental programme and has already demonstrated that reducing emissions not only benefits the environment, but supports our communities and local economy. The proposals are expected to save around 380 tonnes of carbon being released to the atmosphere per year compared to the existing fossil fuel-based system. This is a substantial reduction and contributes meaningfully to the Council's long-term trajectory and towards its revised net zero by 2039 target. This is all part of a more realistic and deliverable climate strategy as approved by ESRG. By replacing ageing, carbon-intensive systems with modern, efficient, low-carbon technology, the scheme cuts emissions and supports the Council's principle of future-proofing public assets. The Council's own review of its climate programme emphasised the importance of upgrading infrastructure and phasing out imported gas in its buildings as part of its decarbonisation roadmap. The proposed heat pump system directly supports that ambition. In addition to the environmental benefits, the system is expected to deliver operational and maintenance cost savings. The existing plant is ageing and increasingly expensive to maintain. The upgrade allows the site to transition to a more reliable and efficient technology, reducing long-term financial pressures and contributing to the Council's commitment to responsible management of its resources. Members, this application represents the kind of practical evidence-based decarbonisation solution the Council's strategies encourage. It delivers a significant annual carbon reduction, a clear contribution to the Council's net zero by 2039 commitment, a direct alignment with the Council's environmental resilience policy, an improved and reduced maintenance liabilities, supporting the long-term sustainability of public assets. In short, this proposal fulfills the local public and strategic policy objectives whilst delivering measurable, I'll start that one again, sorry. In short, the proposal fulfills local and strategic policy objectives whilst delivering measurable benefits for the environment, the council and local leisure centre customers. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. And you're not alone. I sometimes get my tongue tied as well, to be fair, as members will contest to, yes, attest to. Right, there's no, other than Luke, there's no further public speaking. So we've got Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
That's the first time I've ever done that. I'm usually good. Thank you. So I would like to propose to approve this application. I think it's excellent. Obviously, decarbonisation is so important. This is a great proposal. It has so many benefits and very little impact at all. I just had one question. I'm not myself a user, or a regular user at least, of this particular leisure centre, and I don't know if the car park gets full up. I don't know if the loss of these 2 parking spaces is an issue, or if there's always space in the car park. And I know that we want to encourage people to cycle, we want to encourage less car use, but especially when it's a leisure centre and it's somewhere where people exercise, there are a lot of people who can't, who they may not even have a blue badge, but they may have an injury, they may be going to the leisure centre for sort of rehab, physio, things for improving whatever injury they have, and they may need to drive. So just a question about if this car park does get full and if this loss of 2 spaces is going to be an issue, and if it is, if there's anywhere else we can add them on. But if I'm told it's never full, then I'm happy with the proposal as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Councillor Thorndyke, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Sorry, before you do that, I should have asked for a seconder, actually. And you're going to second it, that's fine. Thank you.
Might as well while I'm speaking.
You might as well, yeah.
Yes.
Get me out as a hole.
Well, somebody has to. Sorry. Yes, you asked for that. I welcome this. Great job. Let's move forward with it. Hope the heating system works, but I view this with some trepidation. Very brief history lesson. It was built in 75. It was burnt down in 1980, thanks to an arson attack. 24 years later, it was getting some work done on the roof, amongst other places, by a contractor from Thetford, who I'm not going to name, when they had a fire start in the plant room on the roof, which did the roof no good. Planning committee were at the time up at the hospital admiring the new parking spaces that they were planning, and we looked across the town and there was this plume of smoke going up. Caused a great debate as to where was it. We settled on a leisure centre. At that point, Mr. Massey, the head of planning at the time, got a phone call to say, get your backside in gear and get down the leisure centre because it's on fire. We all went back to Angel Hill. He went off to the leisure centre. But we're now talking about some more work in the plant room on the roof, and we're currently at 22 years on from the last one. It's getting awful close to the 24. I believe in things running in threes. So I hope extra care is taken to prevent any fires happening this time when they're working on the roof. Thank you, Chair. Welcomed.
Thank you. Come with you and Councillor Holder should write a joint memoir, because it's probably a book that I'd welcome to actually purchase and read. Councillor Glossop said, don't encourage them. Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Tamara, I might have missed this. You've got the solar panels. when the solar panels are installed and everything and up and running, is there a battery storage unit for excess energy so we can generate a bit of income from those panels? And if there is, how far away is that from the main site?
Luke, could you clarify that for us, please? It's information officers haven't got to hand.
Certainly. So there isn't an existing battery storage solution on site, and as part of the works, we're not proposing to install one. The solar PV system already on site and with the new array is relatively modest in comparison to the demands of the site. So it's not expected that we would have surplus to go into a battery. If there was surplus for any reason, say the site was shut down for a period, then we would just export the energy straight out to the grid, and we can get money for doing so. So there's not a need for battery storage at the moment.
Thanks for that, Luke. So just Councillor Miller-Jones's question. I don't want to suffer the wrath again.
Yes, so just in response to the parking query, so in paragraph 35 of the report, that is discussed. So officers did note the loss of the 2 parking spaces. However, given the location of the site, noting its relationship to our car park here at West Suffolk House and Olding Road car park, which are both accessible outside of hours, where people are going to be going to the leisure centre after work, before work, those kind of hours, we considered that on balance, it was considered a fair proposal given its proximity and central location, with the addition of additional cycle storage as well. So hopefully that helps to answer your question.
Yeah, Councillor Miller-Jones, sorry.
Thank you. Does anyone know whether the car park does fill up? I don't use it regularly enough myself to know. I don't know if anyone here has the answer to that, about whether it's, there's always spaces there or not, because it's just a bit relevant, but I'm happy to propose either way, so maybe it doesn't matter.
I mean, anecdotally, as someone who used to use it a lot when my children were smaller, it is sometimes full. They do have an internal overflow area, but the peak times are likely to coincide with times when this car park is available and also the Olding Road. We just didn't feel that loss, when balanced up against the benefits and the additional cycle provision, it wasn't sufficient to warrant anything sort of adverse that would indicate a different recommendation from us.
Thank you, Penny. Okay, there's no further request from members to speak, so let me put the proposal to the committee. Proposed by Councillor Miller-Jones to approve in line with officer's recommendation, and seconded by Councillor Thorndyke. May I see a show of hands in favour of the proposal, please?
Thank you. That appears to be unanimous. Motion is carried and the application approved.
Thank you, Luke, and colleagues. Okay, the next application, the case officer is Ed Fosker, and this is the depot at Olding Road, which I know is close to many people's hearts. But remember, we are a planning committee, we are not a finance committee. Yeah. So, Ed, when you're ready.
Right. Good afternoon, Chair, members. The application we have before us today is for a prior notification for the West Suffolk Council Depot building on Olding Road. I'm sure most of you are extremely aware of it. Probably haven't walked past it on your way in today. This is a notification under Part 11, Class B, Schedule 2 of the Town and Country Generally Permitted Development Order, 2015. And it is for the removal of the cladding the existing asbestos sheet roofing and the entire building demolition of the structural frame from grid lines 15 to 27, which I'll show you shortly in one of the next slides. The issues, and these are the only issues which we can consider with this notification, are the method of demolition, the restoration of the site, and we also have a duty to consider biodiversity and ecological matters. So there is the site. Again, I'm sure it's one that you all know extremely well. And this is the elevations, which shows in red the part of a building which is to be demolished completely, which is the end over there. So if you're coming out of a council building side office, the side directly on your left-hand side as you come out. So like I say, it's a site that I'm sure you're extremely aware of. Here's another 3D of the existing building as it sits now. And here is another one which helpfully shows the area to be demolished in red. Obviously the cladding is being removed from the whole building as well, including the roofing material. And this is what we will be left with after that has taken place. I'll run you through some photographs of it. Like I say, I've probably said it before, it's a fairly familiar building to all of us. Here's a photo from Oldham Road car park to the rear. One from the side, where you come out of the council offices and walk up towards the car park. Another one coming down from the college, side and part of a rear elevation. Panoramic here. Apologies if it does look a little bit bent, the building, but being such a large building, it's quite difficult to get back further enough to actually get a photo of the whole thing. We also got another one from across Western Way, a little bit dull that day, but it gives you an idea of the sheer size of the building, and the and West Suffolk House sat here. So in relation to the different matters that we can consider, starting off with the method of demolition. Some cursor gone there. The applicant has submitted a comprehensive method statement which details all the measures which are being undertaken with regards to removal of the roof, the cladding, the steel works, dust suppression measures, also detailing that all the operatives will have the correct licences and certificates, especially when dealing with the asbestos, and that training certificates are available on site for all operatives using any plants and machinery. Officers are satisfied that, oops, sorry, gone on to the next one. We're satisfied with the method of demolition. Oops. Also, the restoration of the site is the next point to have a look at. You may well be aware that there is currently a planning application in on this site for the change of use. Well, it's for the demolition and for the change of use as well. However, this demolition notice is in now before the planning application is determined, which would effectively allow works to commence in regard to demolition. Now, it is anticipated that should the planning application be approved, that works could potentially continue in a seamless manner from the demolition to the actual change of use in the build. However, if for any reason there is any type of delays in the planning application, it's been detailed that the site is to be secured by Pentaco, the contractor, and that no members of the public be secured, signage will be put up and no one will be allowed onto the site apart from employees. So from that point of view, officers are content with the manner and the method of restoration. Also, the other issue that we have an obligation to look at is any issues with regard to biodiversity. They've submitted a preliminary ecology appraisal, and it shows that there was a low risk for bats and a moderate risk for birds, namely the seagulls. Our ecology officer has looked at that, and they are content that as long as all the mitigation measures are followed, which is principally work outside the bird nesting season, then they're content that any matters of biodiversity and ecology would be satisfied through that. So, taking you on to the conclusion, and we're looking at the provisions of Part 11, Class 2, Schedule 2. There's a few different points that it has to comply with. The building has not been rendered unsafe. It does not comprise the demolition of an unlisted building in a conservation area. It was not a drinking establishment, concert hall or theatre. It is not a listed building, scheduled ancient monument, place of worship, museum, or is not located within the curtilage of a dwelling house. The correct site notice has been displayed by the applicant, and it is considered that the method and manner of demolition is acceptable. It is also considered that the restoration of the site and the impacts of biodiversity would be acceptable. Accordingly, prior approval for the demolition, restoration, and ecological matters of the site are not required. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Ed. Councillor Thorndyke, please. We've got no speakers, by the way, so Councillor Thorndyke.
Thank you, Chair. Sounds like a good idea to get something moving on this building. Bit concerned about the proposal, which is the removal of cladding and existing asbestos sheet roofing. Fine. But it doesn't say what's going back. I presume there is some roof going to go back on it, or is that subject to another planning application? The other thing that bothers me a bit is para 21. Strip out and demolition of the building. Okay, fine. You're going to take the cladding and roof off. The last line of that says collapse of the structure. Now, collapses happen when you least expect them. So I hope we're safeguarding against that. It reminds me of the tablets I'm on for my rheumatics. The last line of the side effects is death. And that about sums up what's in para 21, I think. But great, get on with it. And let's see the next bit coming forwards.
Is that a proposal?
Yes.
To approve. Thank you, Councillor Thorndyke. Is that seconded, please? Councillor Neil, had your hand up for a long time, so to avoid blood loss, I'll go with you. Councillor Neil. Would you like to speak at this point, Councillor Neil? Okay, in that case then, Councillor David Smith, please.
Yeah, I was going to second, there's no problem. Yeah, I just written down here, get on with it, don't waste time on spending on security and securing the site, so yeah, carry on.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Glossop, please.
Thank you. Removal of asbestos, how long is it going to take? What precautions are going to be taken for the public and us who park here? Because obviously asbestos is quite dangerous. So do we know how long it's going to take and what precautions are taken? Is it going to be covered with sheeting when it's taken down or what? Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Glossop. Councillor Ball, please.
Thank you. I was just curious as to whether this demolition will go forward, if it goes through now, if it will go forward before the planning application of what you're going to do with it. It's probably not relevant to this thing, but it's just to understand. Because if you demolish everything and then the planning for what they want to do doesn't work, you've got a bit of a white elephant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Okay, Ed's going to come back.
Yeah, I'll just come back on the asbestos. It lays out within their method statement that they'll be using a registered contractor. All damp and down procedures will be taken, and they'll be using licensed individuals for the removal from the site and the taken down of, which from our point of view, we can't really ask for any more than that.
I'll call you now, but Penny's going to continue officers' responses. Yeah.
It was just in relation to the question about this demolition taking place potentially before a planning application which finalises the ultimate potential use of the site. We can only look at the demolition in this because it's a prior approval, but we are allowed to look at restoration, and that's why there's two alternatives put forward in this. One of them is that it could end up being developed in accordance with a planning application, but in the event that it isn't, then the site is essentially left in a state that is safe and secure and would be ready for something to be developed on it. That, in terms of planning, is sufficient in terms of the test for this prior approval process.
Thank you, Penny. Thank you, Ed. Councillor Glossop, please.
Ed didn't really answer my question because I realise it has to be an approved asbestos company to do it, but you're saying we don't know how long it will take, and given where the site is, and given that we all drive into this car park and lots of other people are around here, I'm just trying to ascertain that they will make provisions to look after the people who come into the area where there could be dust and whatever. That's all I'm trying to ascertain. Thank you.
Dust suppression.
We can't say exactly how long because I think the level of detail that you're asking for goes beyond what we would be required in this prior approval process. However, as users of the building, and as it's us, the applicant is the council, I'm sure that you could get those assurances and that additional detail. We don't need it to make a judgment here today, but I'm sure that the council will want to keep everyone informed as this progresses so that you understand what's taking place at each point. But I'm sure, based on the assurances we've had, we know that they're going to be doing the right processes and there are separate legislative controls, but certainly we can follow that up outside of committee.
Thank you, Penny. No current requests, so therefore Councillor Thorndyke has recommended approval in line with the officer's recommendation. Councillor Neil was very pleased to second it. So could I see a show of hands in favour of approval, please?
Okay, that appears to be unanimous. The motion is carried, and in line with the officer's recommendation, it is confirmed that prior approval as to the method of demolition is not required.
Thank you, Ed. Councillor Chester's actually leaving the meeting, so. And we welcome back Tamara. So the application to be considered is the final application of the day, and it's agenda item 9, and it's the Guildhall Pfefferman Community Primary School. So you can begin when you're ready, Tamara.
Hello again, I'm back. Can't get rid of me today. The final application, as we've just heard, is for Guildhall Pfefferman Primary School in Central Bury St Edmunds. This is for the addition of solar panels on some of the school buildings, which I'll talk you through. The application has been made on behalf of Bailey for West Suffolk Council, hence why we're here today at committee. So on the screen, you've got the location plan for the school, for those who aren't familiar, and on the right is our GIS system. So as I've mentioned, this school is in the centre of Bury St Edmunds and is accessed off of Bridewell Lane. Being within the centre of Bury St Edmunds, it's got some very historic buildings as part of the school, which is highlighted in pink here on the right-hand side. As I've listed on the screen, being within the centre, it's within the conservation area under Article 4 direction, with many listed buildings surrounding the site as well. The two roofs for this application are highlighted in dark grey. So on the screen now, you've got the existing and the proposed roof plans, with both buildings labelled A and B. So these are two modern buildings within the school site. So if you cast your mind back to that GIS, the pink listed elements are to the front here, and then these two more modern buildings sit within the school site. And then on the screen, you've got the proposed elevations specifically for building A, and then I've just highlighted where the solar panels are to go. So understandably, they're to the south-facing roof slopes and also to the flat roof elements of the school as well. And then the same is shown for building B as well. So you can just see the solar panels to go on there. Moving on to photos, and this was clearly a very grey day when I went, but I've tried to illustrate roughly where these roof panels sit. So in this middle picture, you can see the very historic, clearly very architectural heritage building here for the old school, and then you've got the modern buildings that sit side by side, and then I've illustrated whereabouts those panels would sit. So you've got building B here that we've just looked at the roof plan for, and building A over here with the solar panels sitting on both the flat and the slopes for the south-facing roofs. So on the screen now, and as included within the report, we've got the consultation responses. So we've had support from the Town Council and from the ward member, Councillor Wakelam. Understandably noting the heritage considerations for this application, I've popped the comments in full from our conservation on the screen and highlighted the relevant parts of those responses. So the conservation has highlighted that the panels are to be to the modern buildings of the school, noting that they do sit within a very highly sensitive historic area. The comments continue to say that they will inevitably have a degree of impact on the roof and the slopes of the surrounding buildings, noting that the majority of them are listed and of heritage merit. And therefore, they concur with the conclusions of the applicant, and the relevant tests of the NPPF do apply. So just to explain what those relevant sections of the NPPF mean, this refers to paragraphs 212 and 215, and this essentially indicates for decision makers to consider the public benefits against the harm in specific relation to heritage and conservation area locations and sites. So paragraph 215 says where a development proposal would lead to less than substantial harm and to the significance of a heritage asset, we have to weigh up the public benefits of a proposal and securing its optimum viable use. So just to summarise, in terms of the assessment against policy and the officer conclusion, from what's put in the report as well, officers note that the solar panels are to be added to a public school building within the centre of Bury St Edmunds. It is noted that it is within a highly sensitive area for heritage. However, noting the panels' design, their location on modern buildings, and the requirements of the paragraph 215 of the NPPF, officers do not consider the harm in this case to be adverse. No adverse impacts have been identified in relation to other materials considerations that I've popped on the screen, and as such, officers consider the proposal aligns with policy and is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Tamara. And just in time, Councillor Ball, please.
Thank you. I'm happy to, what am I going to do? Recommend. The word defeats me, to recommend it. However, if I could just make a comment, I wish we had a level playing field on this, because I can recall a residential application where we refused solar panels on the tin roof of an adjoining building because it was a listed building. That's just a plea. But having a win. Yeah. No. I recommend it.
Yes, I've got you down as proposing approval. Can I just be clear on that? Thank you. Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. With solar panels being installed, is the spikes that stop the birds getting underneath, is that part of this proposal, this application? Because without that, then the problems that you're going to get within that area with pigeons and the efficiency of the panels as well. So every time we see panels being installed, really part of that application should be...
Sorry, I came to you, Andy, because I thought you were going to second it.
Well, I'm prepared to second it.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
That is an additional question.
Yeah, no, your question is absolutely fine, but
okay,
you were up there quite quickly on here, so I just okay. So that's a question for officers to respond to, but it's.
May I also just pick up on Carol's point as well, just because it's really interesting and it's useful for future applications. Because the NPPF talks about public benefit, there is a slight difference when it's just a personal, just having it on their home, the public benefit is limited. So that's a slight difference in our weighting, but I appreciate what you're saying. There's some public benefit in terms of the wider use of renewables, but when it's a public building like a school, there is also other benefits that then helped to tip the balance in this particular one. But
any benefit from going to solar paneling is a public benefit.
yeah, absolutely, and that's a matter of weight. In terms of the additional features needed to stop birds getting in, we don't have that level of detail. I don't think it would be necessary to require it for planning necessary in planning terms to have that. It may be something that they want to do as part of their installation, but the sorts of things you're talking about be so de minimis that they wouldn't constitute development necessarily. So that may well be something that the installers of a school wish to use, but it's not detail that we've got before us in this planning application, and nor is it detail that we could insist on, I don't think.
Yes, Councillor Neil, please.
It's just the only reason I mention that is because of the heritage site of the buildings surrounding it and the impact that would have if birds were encouraged to breed in that area, because they'll continue to come back and and also the build up of their drop-ins affects the efficiency of the solar panels. So that's all.
No, it's a fair point, Councillor Neil, but I'd rather just get to the vote if that's okay. Thanks. Right, it's been proposed for approval by Councillor Bull and seconded by Councillor Neil with concern. I understand that. So could I see a show of hands in favour, please? I noticed here Councillor London was actually putting his papers away, and I thought we'd better get on with it.
So that vote again is unanimous. Motion is carried and the application approved.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, members. The meeting is closed. Unusually, I've not got any announcements. I don't.